Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the event, let us listen to the safety briefing from Gelanggang Inovasi dan Kreativitas Universitas Gajah Mada.
Halo, selamat pagi semua. Salam kenal, selamat datang di GIK semuanya. Izin menyampaikan tentang beberapa safety injection dan beberapa fasilitas yang bisa digunakan oleh rekan-rekan semua selama kegiatan ICC Fest di GIK UGM itu sendiri. Yang pertama tentang safety induction. Safety induction kita ada beberapa titik apar yang bisa rekan-rekan gunakan langsung gunakan di lokasi di luar gedung. Ada sekitar 12 atau 13 titik apar yang bisa langsung digunakan, yang metodenya langsung semprot. Kemudian untuk jalur evakuasi di sini kita ada 2 jalur evakuasi. Yang pertama yang mengarah ke pintu joglo, yang langsung tembus nanti keluar yang arah bundaran Boulevard UGM. Yang kedua ada di sebelah sana, yang tembusnya nanti di Jalan Kaliurang, langsung bisa di arah parkir juga. Kemudian yang ketiga ada toilet yang bisa Bapak Ibu sekalian pakai. Yang pertama ada di ruang ini, di belakang ada toilet pria dan wanita juga. Kemudian ada di sisi luar di sebelah sana arah parkiran juga, itu bisa digunakan untuk pria dan wanita. Kemudian ada di area sekitaran ruang kelas. Ruang kelas itu juga ada toilet bisa digunakan untuk pria dan wanita. Kemudian ada satu lagi di belakangnya exhibition. Exhibition itu ada toilet juga bisa digunakan pria wanita. Kemudian untuk titik ibadah kita ada 2 musola yang sudah disiapkan untuk ibadah. Masing-masing musola itu kapasitasnya sekitar 25 orang. Kemudian untuk titik-titik tempat sampah kita juga sediakan di setiap zona ada titik-titik tempat sampah yang bisa digunakan Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk membuang sampah. Mungkin ada pertanyaan perihal titik-titik tersebut. Oke, dari saya cukup tentang safety induction. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, all attendees and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Creative Industry Conference and Festival. We kindly ask you to take your seats as the event will begin shortly. Thank you. Welcome to our Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Welcome to our Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you a special opening performance from the students of SMKI Yogyakarta. Please welcome Beksan Tudung Tani. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Indonesian national anthem. Singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Let us enjoy the beautiful performance from Gajah Mada Chamber Orchestra. His Excellency Minister of Tourism and Economy Kreatif of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. His Excellency Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto. Senior Executive Vice President Wealth Management of PT Bank Negara Indonesia, Mr. Stephen Suryana. Honorable Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Ova Emilia. All of the speakers from governments, academia, and industry, all invitees, media partners, and sponsors. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, peace be upon you. Ladies and gentlemen, here at Universitas Gadjah Mada, the Rector of UGM likes to hear or deliver pantun in every event she visits. And today, please allow me to deliver pantun, an opening pantun, and everybody please help me to say cakep. Cakep in bahasa means cool in English version. And are you ready everybody? Okay. Having holiday vibes on train with you. Going to Jakarta to watch the concert of Bruno. Welcome to the IC Fest 2024, every one of you. Especially to the cutest one, Mas Menteri, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. Hopefully my pantun will make us enjoy this morning, and I'm sure everybody wanna to listen pantun from Mas Menteri and Prof. Ova later as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored by your presence today here at GIK UGM, the largest super creative hub in Southeast Asia, especially for every creative community and industry. Welcome to the International Creative Industry Conference and Festival 2024. Before we start, let us take a moment of silence to seek guidance and blessings for today's proceedings. I would like to invite everyone to join me in a prayer reflection according to our own beliefs. Pray, begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Creative Industry Conference and Festival, or IC Fest 2024, will be held from 26 to 28 September at GIK UGM. IC Fest is hosted by the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia in collaboration with GIK UGM, and the music festival sponsored by Wonder BNI. It aimed at showcasing and promoting the diverse sectors within the creative industry, encompassing gaming, applications, animation, film, music, and performing arts. This event provides a forum for exchanging knowledge, networking, business matching, and new collaborations. It offers an unparalleled platform for networking, partnership, and collaboration across various industries. It is designed to connect industry fielders with potential partners and investors. IC Fest leverages opportunities to foster collaboration and drive business growth. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to the sponsors who have made the event happen. Thank you to Wonder by BNI, Garena, Eiger, Juragan 99, Amarta, AIS, Sinar Masland, Synergy, and Kiskas. Ladies and gentlemen, commencing our agenda, we would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada as the host of the event of IC Fest 2024 to deliver her welcoming remarks. Please welcome Professor Ova Emilia, PhD.
The Honorable Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy, Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. The Honorable Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Bapak Erlangga Hartanto, who follow this event online. Senior Executive Vice President, Wealth Management of PT Bank Negara Indonesia, Mr. Steven. All speakers from the government, academia, and also industries, collaborators, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. First of all, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to the campus of Universitas Gadjah Mada. It is truly an honor for Universitas Gadjah Mada, which has been trusted to be the venue for the inaugural event, International Creative Industry Conference and Festival, ICF Fest 2024, with the theme, The Future of the Creative Industry. Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we are all in the gelanggang inovasi dan kreativitas, or we call it GIK, Building Complex, a brand new super creative hub facility in UGM developed by the government, which is the first of its kind in Indonesia campus. That's all of us as Indonesian proud of. And this building complex established on land area in nearly 90,000 square meters. GIK is created as a melting pot between campus and industry, with the main socio-techno entrepreneurship program, which will facilitate the students with various future knowledge and skills. And for this reason, we initiate an intensive collaboration with academics, government, and also industrial environment to support program development at GIK UGM. We believe that creativity is a catalyst for a new business revolution. We need to provide constructive, creative tension for our coming generation through inspiring, innovative, and integrated approach. And this could be achieved by putting synergy of three pillars: people, culture, and collaboration. ICFest 2024 event at GIK UGM will certainly provide a positive energy for the development of creative industries in Indonesia to share insights, perspective, explore innovative practices in developing creative industries, and encourage economic cooperation and also expand creative business network. So we open opportunities for collaborators to have an impact on national or global society. Hopefully, this event will providing new insights into the creative industry, exploring the significant impact of innovation, and integrating the creative industry as driving force for the new economy. Finally, please enjoy the conference and festival, and don't forget to also experience many festives and interesting spots in the special province of Yogyakarta. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ova Emilia, for your warm welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, following next, we'll be hearing the welcoming remarks from Senior Executive Vice President, Wealth Management of PT Bank Negara Indonesia. We kindly invite Mr. Stephen Suryana.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang kami hormati, Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, selaku Menteri Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Bapak Erlangga Hartanto, selaku Menteri Koordinator Bidang Ekonomi Republik Indonesia yang hadir secara online, Bapak Tri Saktiyana selaku Asisten Bidang Pembangunan dan Perekonomian Daerah DIY, Ibu Ova Emilia selaku Rektor Universitas Gadjah Mada, dan seluruh undangan yang hadir. Pertama-tama, marilah kita memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas limpahannya, rahmat dan karunia-Nya kita dapat berkumpul dalam acara yang luar biasa pada hari ini. Hadirin yang saya hormati, industri kreatif di Indonesia telah menjadi salah satu pilar utama pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional. Dengan kekayaan budaya dan keanekaragaman yang kita miliki, kreativitas masyarakat Indonesia terus menembus batas dan menciptakan dampak yang signifikan, baik dalam negeri maupun di kancah global. Melalui seni, musik, kuliner, desain, hingga teknologi digital, industri kreatif maupun mampu menyerap tenaga kerja dalam jumlah yang besar, serta memberikan kontribusi nyata dalam meningkatkan perekonomian kita. Sebagai Bank BUMN, kami sangat bangga dapat mendukung dan berkolaborasi dalam penyelenggaraan acara bergengsi ini. Kami menyadari bahwa event seperti ini memiliki peran penting dalam mempertemukan berbagai pihak yang terlibat di industri kreatif, baik para pelaku usaha, akademisi, maupun pemerintah, sehingga tercipta sinergi untuk memperkuat ekosistem industri kreatif di Indonesia. Dukungan kami dalam IC Fest ini sejalan dengan komitmen BNI untuk selalu menjadi mitra strategis industri kreatif, menyediakan solusi keuangan yang inovatif, serta memberikan akses yang lebih luas kepada para pelaku usaha kreatif untuk berkembang. Harapan kami melalui IC Fest ini, makin banyak ide-ide luar biasa yang lahir, kolaborasi yang terjalin, serta inovasi yang tercipta. Kami percaya bahwa industri kreatif akan terus menjadi motor penggerak ekonomi yang dinamis di masa depan. BNI berkomitmen terus mendukung pertumbuhan industri kreatif di Indonesia. Karena kami yakin bahwa dengan inovasi dan kreativitas, kita semua dapat mendorong Indonesia untuk menjadi kekuatan ekonomi yang lebih kompetitif di tingkat global. Mengakhiri sambutan kami mengucapkan selamat atas laksananya IC Fest yang pertama kali. Semoga kedepannya acara ini tetap berkelanjutan untuk melahirkan kreator-kreator baru di Indonesia. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Suryana, for your remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to hear special remarks that will be delivered virtually by the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Distinguished guests, Minister Tourism and Creative Economy, who has additional title this morning, Executive Minister, Excellency Pak Sandiaga Uno. Rektor Universitas Gadjah Mada, Profesor Dr. Ova Emilia, all distinguished guests, speaker, ladies and gentlemen. It is great honor to be here today, the International Creative Industry Conference and Festival, IC Fest. I thank the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy for organizing this important event. The IC Fest is a significant milestone showcasing Indonesia's commitment to fostering creativity, innovation, and collaboration in the creative industry and the global stage. As we gather here to discuss the future of the creative industry, we find ourselves in a pivotal moment. The Indonesia economy demonstrates resilience and stable growth, maintaining a rate around 5% annually. This economic expansion is supported by controlled inflation, which as in August this year stood at around 2.1%. The strong fundamentals provide a solid foundation to further development across all sectors, including creative economy. The steady economic growth and stable inflation create a conducive environment for inclusive development. The poverty rate is around 9.03% in March 2024. Open employment at 4.82% in February. That has shown consistent downward trend, reaching their lowest level in the past decade. This achievement demonstrates that our economic policy benefits all segments of the society, help reduce the inequality and enhance overall prosperity. Indonesia improving macroeconomic conditions will provide a stable platform that ensure the continued prosperity for all society while enabling sectors like creative industry to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, the creative industry is one of the key drivers of economic development, and Indonesia is uniquely positioned to lead at this field. The creative economy in Indonesia will hold tremendous potential in this stable economic performance. In 2024, the added value of creative economies is around $88 billion, and the first quarter alone already achieved around $49 billion. Key subsectors driving this growth, including the culinary, fashion, handicraft, and contribute significantly to the national GDP to create more than 20 million jobs and bolstering Indonesia in global export. An important factor supporting this development is the expansion of Indonesia middle class. Research suggests that the middle class spends more for entertainment and high-quality, durable creative products. Thus, the middle class is critical driver of the Indonesian domestic consumption and especially in helping fuel the growth of creative industry. With a population over than 280 million people, it's over immense potential. Gen Z and millennials make up a significant portion of our workforce, and they are not just consumers, but also creators, innovators, and disruptors. This young and dynamic population is a valuable asset for the growth of the creative economy. The global shift towards digitalization and innovation has created new opportunity for our creative sectors, including movie industry, music, animation, gaming, fashion, and digital arts. The rise of technologies such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, blockchain are transforming how creative content is produced, distributed, and consumed. Indonesia must seize this moment by embracing and integrating these advances into our creative industry. Indonesia's vast cultural diversity is another strength that can propel our creative industry to the new height. Indonesia is a home to over 300 ethnic groups that speak over 700 languages and dialects. So our rich heritage, tradition, and value provide endless inspiration for creative expression, which in turn can elevate the Indonesian presence at the global stage. Creativity alone is not sufficient. To fully harness the potential of the creative industry, we need a strong collaboration between the government, private sectors, and educational institutions. Even like ICPES play a crucial role in fostering this partnership by connecting industry players with the investor, policymakers, and thought leaders. We can accelerate the growth of our creative economy and position Indonesia as a global hub for innovation. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the future of Indonesia creative industry is bright. Our economic stability, young and creative population, and rich cultural heritage provide a solid foundation for growth. Let us work together to build a thriving creative ecosystem that promotes our culture and creativity on the global stage. I wish all participants a successful conference and festival and look forward to the innovative ideas and collaboration that will emerge from this event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto. Ladies and gentlemen, following next, an opening statement that will be delivered on stage by Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Mas Menteri Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno.
Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Good. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu Indonesia Maju. His Excellency Bapak Airlangga Hartarto, who called me the cute minister. If I'm the cute minister, he's the cuddly minister. Every time I see Pak Airlangga, I want to hug him. Thank you for participating through online with that very comprehensive remarks on creative economy. The Honorable Rector, Ibu Ova Emilia, thank you, Professor, for hosting in such a beautiful infrastructure. I heard from Ibu Rector that this is the largest in Asia in terms of one place that caters to the creative economy. So please give a big hand to UGM. I see many, many more events will be held here. So we're very honored to be the first international event to be held at the GIK, Gelanggang Inovasi dan Kreativitas. Along with Pak Garin, I saw Pak Garin, but as usual, he's hiding somewhere. But Pak Garin is one of the brain child with his team that creates such a, I would say, magnificent hub for creativity. Also, I would like to thank, but I haven't seen her, Ibu Rahayu Saraswati. You're there. Ibu Rahayu Saraswati is the Member of Parliament of the House of Representatives. But more importantly, she is the favorite niece of the President-elect. She is keponakan tersayang dari Pak Prabowo Subianto. Who knows? She will be the Minister of Creative Economy. Amin. I see Farah say Amin. Well, thank you, Bu Sarah, for coming and share your thought later on. Pak Stephen from BNI. When BNI have that wonder super apps, I already told my deputies, Bu Kiki, Bu Dia, Pak Nia, we have to have a collaborations because you are wonder, we are wonderful Indonesia. So today is wonder, wonderful Indonesia collaborations. Thank you, Pak Stephen. Summer, thank you for coming. And representative of the 6 cities and regencies who will be crowned, the creative cities, Pak Edi and the team, and also representative from the Kabupaten. All of speakers from the government side, from academia, industry leaders, students, ladies and gentlemen, nobody has said a pantun, so I will start a pantun. Keliling Taman Kearifan UGM melihat bunga delima. Di pinggir kolamnya ada kura-kura. Mari peserta IC Fest kita sinergi bersama untuk bangkitkan ekonomi kreatif untuk Indonesia sejahtera. Ke pasar Keranggan beli buah manggis. Peserta IC Fest, kalian keren abis. In 2022, we hosted the G20. Cakep. This year, we held the IC Fest. Ladies and gentlemen, keep smiling and stay healthy because all of you guys are the best. Thank you for saying cakep. There are opportunities towards the end to have another cakep session. I am very delightful that we are the first event here at GIK, the International Creative Industry Conference and Festival 2024, or also dubbed IC Fest 2024. The global economy trend and forecast has been very bright. It has shown that creative economy not only stable, but have growth projections that reach a higher level. We are projecting that the growth level continues to propel towards 2026. Post-COVID-19, the creative economy has demonstrated impressive growth. In 2022, we hosted the World Conference on Creative Economy in Bali. Next week, we are going to all go to Tashkent, Uzbekistan, to celebrate the World Conference on Creative Economy in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. I think maybe, Pak Neil, it's a good opportunity. In the years to come, we held the World Conference Creative Economy here in Yogyakarta at the GIK. Cultural and creative industries generate annual revenues of $2.3 trillion globally and approximately 3% to global GDP. It employs more than 50 million people. It is estimated by 2030, the creative economy could play an even larger role, contributing as much as 40% of the world's GDP. Indonesia's creative economy continues to prosper. With populations of 280 million plus, Indonesia is well positioned to capitalize on the potentials of shifting the creative economy into a digital economy. In the first half of 2024, and this is a brand new numbers, we have exceeded the target of 50%. We recorded 55.6% of our annual target, registering close to 750 trillion rupiah of our 1,347 trillion target. In the outlook of creative economy and creative industries, 55.8% predicts positive growth, with close to 28% even more optimistic. And in particular, the film, animations, and video. This year, Ibu Rektor and Ibu Rahayu there also, is for the first time that Indonesian movies are being shown 60% on the Indonesian screen. It shows that Indonesian movies are now already being able to capture the audience here, taking a bold step forward in terms of positions already achieved by the music industries. So if you see on the subsector, there are movies like Agak Lion. Who has seen Agak Lion? Raise your hand. This is a genre that is very, very unique because the genre combines horror, comedy, and also drama. We are seeing that in 2024 and 2025, we will see more of these innovations. And creative economy in Indonesia, we are actually now number 3 in the world. 8% contributions to the GDP versus the world's only 3% contributions to GDP. Number 1 is the USA. Of course, they have Hollywood, jazz music. Second is South Korea, and they have the Korean dramas and the K-pop. But Indonesia is fast rising in terms of creative economy. In terms of movies, if Korean focus on drama, we call it drakor, drama Korea. But we excel through drahor, drama horror. And music, we have Pak Chandra Darusman here. If USA has jazz, pop music, and Korea have K-pop, we excel in D-Kop, Dangdut Koplo. And if you don't like Dangdut, sungguh kurang kompak. You have to like Dangdut. If you don't like Dangdut, sungguh terlalu. And that's what, unfortunately, the king of Dangdut's face is being covered by the gamelan. But that's Roma Irama. Anyway, I'd like to close that IC Fest 2024 will be the future of creative industries. You are here at GIK, and this is the epicentrum of innovations and creativity. So the future of creative industries are with the young people. We like to collaborate. We think that we have a solid partnership and collective efforts. We have international speakers here. I think we can take creative economy globally through Indonesia to the next level. I hope the discussions, exchanges, and ideas shared during this event will lead to groundbreaking innovations and policies. Very important that the government cater to the right policies and shape the future of our creative economy globally. Let me close with another pantun. This is your last chance to say cakep. Nyantai di pantai Timang sambil minum es. Enaknya ditemani keluarga tercinta. Apresiasi untuk kegiatan IC Fest. Semoga berdampak positif bagi ekraf Indonesia. Buah jeruk, buah kedondong. Program yang keren, ya IC Fest dong. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you, Mas Menteri. Please stay on stage to continue to the appreciation session for the Kata Kreatif or Kabupaten Kota Kreatif. Also, we invite you to kindly come to the stage. The Director of Infrastructure Creative Economy, Mrs. Oneng Setia Harini, and Deputy of Industry and Investment, Mrs. Rizky Handayani Mustafa. Please join Mas Menteri on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Kemenparekraf, Baparekraf consistently shows the commitment to developing the creative economic sector, not only in the national level, but also in regency and city. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Kata Kreatif Indonesia Awards. We invite to receive the Kata Kreatif Indonesia Appreciation on the stage. Buleleng Regency, with the leading subsector of crafts, represented by the head of Tourism Office, Mr. Gede Dodi Suksma. Garut Regency, with the leading subsector of performing arts, represented by the Regent's expert staff, Dr. Andes Dedi Mulyadi MH. Grobogan Regency, with the leading subsector of culinary, represented by Asisten Pemerintahan dan Kesra, Dr. Andes Kurnia Saniadi MSI. Karawang Regency, with the leading subsector of performing arts, represented by General Administrative Assistant to the Karawang Regional Secretary, Dr. Haji Eka Sanata, SHMM. South Jakarta, with the leading subsector of visual arts, represented by Deputy Major, Bapak Edi Sumantri. And Yogyakarta City, with the leading subsector of visual arts, represented by Responsible Mayor, Insinyur Sugeng Purwanto, MMA. Mas Menteri, accompanied by Mrs. Oneng and Mrs. Rizky Handayani, please deliver the appreciations. Ladies and gentlemen, the designation of Kreatif Regency cities or Kabupaten Kota or Kata Kreatif in Indonesia represents a national recognition by Kemenparekraf, Baparekraf for regencies and cities that have consistently demonstrated a strong commitment to developing the creative economy sector within their respective regions and surrounding ecosystems. And congratulations to Buleleng Regency, Garut Regency, Grobogan Regency, Karawang Regency, South Jakarta, and Yogyakarta City. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appreciation session for the Kata Kreatif or Kabupaten Kota Kreatif. Please stand still. To next, we will have the group photo with Mas Menteri. All awardees, please remain on stage to have photo with Mas Menteri. Congratulations to the 6 regencies and cities that have been designated as Kata Kreatif Indonesia. May this recognition further strengthen the network of creative regencies and cities in Indonesia and promote the enhancement of the national economy. Thank you, Mas Menteri, Bu Oneng, dan Ibu Rizky. Please remain on the stage. And for all awardees, please be seated. Mas Menteri, please stay on stage for the opening ceremony, accompanied by Mrs. Oneng and Mrs. Rizky, and we will have the opening ceremony of IC Fest 2024 we kindly invite, please join us on the stage, Rektor of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Profesor Ova Emilia, Senior Executive Vice President Wealth Management of PT Bank Negara Indonesia, Bapak Stephen Suryana, Country Director Indonesia and Southeast Asia Lead British Council, Mr. Samersia, Deputy of Digital Economic and Creative Product, Mr. Muhammad Nil El Himam, Director General of Culture, Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Bapak Hilmar Farid, and Chairman of the Indonesia Music Awards, Bapak Chandra Darusman. Please join us on stage as we will have the opening ceremony of the International Creative Industry Conference and Festival 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, the IC Fest opening ceremony will be marked with the noise of the saron by our esteemed guest on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody please be prepared. We will count it together at the count from 3. Together, 3, 2, 1. International Creative Industry Conference and Festival 2024 is officially begin. All esteemed guests, please take a step forward in one line to take a photo together. We also invite to join the group photo on stage. All speakers and moderator, please join on stage. Ibu Rahayu, Ibu Fajarini, Miss Catherine, Miss Winmin, Profesor Suyanto, Mr. Rohan Matur, Bapak Neil, Mr. Prashil Singh, Mr. Danitan, Mr. Ali Haji, Mr. Ruben Hattari, Miss Irina, Mr. Lois, Miss Valeria, Bapak Gupta, Bapak Fajar, Bapak Joshua, Bapak Ismet, Mr. Kim Yong-soo, Bapak Alex, Ibu Dian Lasulta. Once again, we invite all speakers and moderators to join on stage to have a group photos. We also invite Mr. Kokonita. Mr. Kokonita, Bapak Garin Nugroho, Ibu Mira, Bapak Garin Nugroho, Ibu Mira, Mr. Koko, please join us on stage to have photo session. Bapak Syaifullah, we invite Bapak Syaifullah. Yeah. Okay, let's have a picture together. Give your best smile to the camera. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Capture. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Capture. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you, please be seated. Fulfilling our excitement this morning at IC Fest 2024, let us enjoy one amazing performance from Saron Groove. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to Salon Group. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, this event is designed to connect industry fielders with potential partners and investors. IC Fest leverages opportunities to foster collaboration and drive business growth. 3 days ahead, we can find a lot of activities such as Game Corner, Film Festival Acara, Wonder by BNI Music Festival at Joglo GIK. So please enjoy. For more details, please visit the Instagram account ic.fest. And we would like to say thanks to all sponsors. Wonder by BNI, GIK UGM, Garena, Aiger, Juragan 99, Amarta, Ais, Sinar Masland, Sinergi, Kiskas, Ambarukmo, Artotel, and Heha Forest. Thank you for all sponsors. Please give a big applause to all sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we join the global industry, the creative economic sector is one of the powerful new engines for Indonesia to achieve global growth. Next, we will hear a keynote speech that will be delivered by the Deputy Director General WIPO, Mrs. Sylvie Forbin.
Dear Minister Sandiaga Uno, dear Deputy for Industry and Investment, Mrs. Rizky Andayani, dear representatives of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, dear participants, I wish I could be with you in Yogyakarta to celebrate the first International Creative Conference and Festival, IC Fest 2024 in Indonesia. Nevertheless, I'm very grateful to have been given the opportunity to share with you some thoughts on a very inspiring thematic, the creative economy as a new engine for global growth in Indonesia. As a creative hub in the ASEAN, Indonesia has established itself as a country with a vision and a strategy for creative industries, and we have always been pleased to collaborate with you on various projects in this area throughout the years. At the 2023 ASEAN Summit in Jakarta, I had the honor to meet with the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Minister Uno, as well as officials from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. I also had very fruitful discussions with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I was pleased to witness the relentless work of Indonesia in the development of its creative economy. As I find particularly relevant the 4 major expected outcomes you have identified for this event, I will comment on each outcome one by one through WIPO's perspective. With regards to the first outcome, which aims to strengthen connections and collaborations within the creative economy, I would like to highlight the following. It is of the utmost importance that each stakeholder in the creative industries is supported by a strong legal framework as well as rules and regulations which are effectively implemented. Thus, all creators and all stakeholders are clear on where they stand in the value chain and the chain of rights in various fields, from music, audiovisual, to publishing, video games, visual arts, and live arts, etc. Each stakeholder must be aware of his, her rights and obligations in this creative environment. It is the responsibility of the competent public authorities to establish this legal framework following a process of comprehensive exchange with all creative industries representatives. As a result, all players are equally aware of the rules of the game, the opportunities, the challenges, and the consequences of copyright infringement and unfair competition in the marketplace. Only when the legal rules are clearly established, a fair, transparent, and efficient creative ecosystem can flourish. Under a healthy and resilient ecosystem, creative industry stakeholders can collaborate and openly discuss with professional associations, collective management organizations, and other creative industries entities. At WIPO, we are currently working on a diverse set of tools to enhance the use of intellectual property by creators. In 2023, we have launched a dedicated online platform entitled Clip, which teaches aspiring musicians how to utilize intellectual property, data, and technology to earn a living and to generate income. At this stage of development, we are focusing on music, but the platform will soon extend to other creative fields. Let's focus now on the second expected outcome of this conference, which is to increase economic contributions from the creative sectors to the overall economy. This topic is of great interest to WIPO, as we have a long record of supporting countries in collecting and analyzing creative industries' data. I'm pleased to share with you that we are currently working on a new initiative totally aligned with the second outcome of this conference. Our new project aims to enable countries to capture the state of their creative economy and assess the potential it has for stimulating economic growth. We have elaborated a methodology entitled the WIPO Creative Economy Data Model, which is designed to consider not only economic factors, but also social and cultural impacts relevant to this field. At the core of this model is copyright, which acts as a driver of the entire creative ecosystem. We understand creativity as a complex output that relies without a shadow of a doubt on the human genius, but also needs a supportive, institutional, and legal environment, as well as a healthy marketplace to flourish. I would like to emphasize that we just launched this new methodology, which is currently being piloted in the Philippines since June of this year. This project features as one of the key deliverables in the Memorandum of Understanding between WIPO and the ASEAN signed last year. We would be pleased to share with other ASEAN members the result of this pilot and support a regional project. In this context, if this would be of interest to you, we would be ready to discuss further about the involvement of Indonesia. It is relevant to mention that the creative economy data model is embedded in a digital environment, acknowledging that today's creative industries are predominantly intertwined with technology. On the third outcome of the conference, which is about elevating the international presence of the Indonesian culture and its creative industries, I would like to point out that today, international presence is happening predominantly on digital platforms. A new era for creative economy has emerged where borders are blurred and where mainstream creative products are no longer predominant on the international market. We witness a tremendous diversification of content, which opens enormous opportunities for creators from all countries to succeed. Think about the recent success of the K-pop culture on the world scene. A key factor to benefit from the new digital opportunities is the existence of an efficient international legal framework. I would like to highlight the importance of the WIPO Internet treaties and their implementation at the national level. This legal framework and tools for rights management in the digital environment provide your creators with more bargaining power and the ability to monetize their creativity in this new reality. Here, I would like to encourage Indonesia to reinforce its collective management structure to become a trusted and credible facilitator for creators and right holders in their relations with big users such as the platforms. I'm pleased to note that following our discussions during my recent visit in Jakarta, your collective management organizations have started exchanges with my team in charge of WIPO Connect, which provide digital solutions for smooth copyright management. On the fourth and last outcome of the conference, which refers to the development of policy strategy that support the growth of the creative economy ecosystem, I would like to congratulate Indonesia on your sustained efforts to build a viable, conceptual, and institutional foundation for your creative economy. I have witnessed how many countries have been inspired by the Indonesian experience, which translates policy initiatives into a coherent vision supported by an operational infrastructure. Selamat, Indonesia. WIPO is committed to continue working with Indonesia for the development of its creative economy. I would like to thank President Joko Widodo for closely collaborating with WIPO in this field, and I am confident that we will continue to develop this excellent partnership with the President-elect Prabowo Subianto. You can count on our continuous support. I wish you a fruitful IC Fest 2024, and I hope to be able to come back to Indonesia in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sylvie Forbin, Deputy Director General WIPO, for your keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we inform you about our activities here at Gelanggang Inovasi dan Kreativitas Universitas Gadjah Mada. 3 days ahead, we can find a lot of activities such as Game Corner, Film Festival Acara, Wonder by BNI Music Festival at Joglo GIK. You can enjoy it start from today, 26 September to 28 September 2024. And for more details, please visit the Instagram account ic.fest. And we would like to say thanks to all sponsors who had made the IC Fest successfully happen. Thank you, Gelanggang Inovasi dan Kreativitas Universitas Gadjah Mada, Wonder by BNI, Garena, Aiger, Juragan 99, Amarta, Ais, Sinar Masland, Sinergi, Kiskas, Ambarukmo, Artotel, and Heha Forest. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have so many performances later at Joglo Festivalist. We have Jumbrong, Dub Youth, Olski, Rubah di Selatan. And also don't forget to watch the movie Fest Acara. We have more than 30 movies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also Game Corner supported by Indigo. Please enjoy all activities in GIK UGM started from today, 26 to 28 September 2024. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will have so many keynote session, discussion that very insightful and interesting for us. And next, we will have a keynote, a special keynote from a filmmaker who is also an author and music manager, delivering about global trends in IP monetization, leveraging technology for cross-border transactions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Miss Irina Yakov-Leva.
Dear friends, I want to thank the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia for this invitation. I'm happy to participate in the first International Creative Conference and Festival IC Fest. Today I'm going to talk about digital transformation of the intellectual property sphere and about intellectual property being one of the most promising assets. Intellectual property is a new oil, as you know. It is no secret that sooner or later, oil wells will run dry, but creative and inventive activity of mankind will never perish. Humans will always invent something, be creative, and will always produce piece of arts, literature, science, technology, new tangible and intangible values. To build a truly effective infrastructure for unlocking intellectual capital potential, it is necessary to turn to digital technologies. We need to remember that various objects of intellectual property, creative products, are also a source of income. Software, trademarks, brands, research and development, data, utility models, works of science, art, literature, and much more are called intangible assets, which have value along with objects of material world, such as real estate, car, etc. Intellectual property is foundation of a modern economy. Effective use of this matter of a country's competitiveness on the global stage. The growing importance of intellectual property in modern global economies is seen all over the world. The study of the World Intellectual Property Organization, in partnership with Lewis Business School, the 25th of June 2024, World Intangible Investment Highlights, Better Data for Better Policy, shows that intangible investment grew 3 times faster than tangible investments between 2008 and 2023, demonstrating resilience despite economic uncertainty and tighter monetary situation. Investment in intangible assets such as research and development, software and data, brands and design are consistently outpaced investment in tangible assets such as machinery and equipment, which has become especially evident in the last decade. The share of intangible assets in the gross domestic product, GDP, of the world's major economies of constantly increasing, and today is several times greater than share of tangible assets. Active digitalization and development of creative industries are forming new trends in global economy. Intangible assets create higher-paying jobs by improving product quality and innovating and delivering more reliable and advanced products. The cross-border nature of digital space allows intellectual property to circulate. High demand for access to intellectual activity results stimulated countries to participate in international exchange transactions with IP objects in digital environment. The growth in the global IP trade reflects the reorganization of global production in recent decades. At the same time, with the growing cross-border nature of digital space, digital platforms and global IP exchange simplify the purchase, sale, and licensing of IP both abroad and inside countries, stimulating innovation and cooperation. We must also not forget the fact that innovation is closely linked to creative industries, which generate a huge number of unique results of intellectual activity. Digitalization of the intellectual property sphere has made it possible to use modern technologies in recording data on author rights, licensing, and protecting the rights of authors and right holders. Blockchain technology plays a special role here. In the field of IP management, blockchain allows to create registers containing information on various objects of intellectual property. The registers lay the foundation for creation of a digital infrastructure for circulation of intellectual property rights. The use of blockchain technology ensures transparency of data entered into the register. As you know, it is impossible to delete anything from blockchain register without other users noticing. All actions are recorded. Blockchain paves the way for smart contracts, cross-border transactions with IP rights without intermediaries, increase of data exchange speed. It is also ensures security of operations with intangible assets for participants of the IP digital market. Blockchain enables the use of smart contracts, which helps security automate international settlements between right holders and work without intermediaries. Without going into doctrinal analysis of smart contract legal nature, we can say that smart contract is one of the technological ways to formalizing relations. Speaking of blockchain, we cannot ignore artificial intelligence, AI. AI helps searching and recording illegal uses of audiovisual works on the internet with automatic claims handling. It helps analyze huge amounts of data in the field of IP, contributing to the formation of new products, IP, industry data sets in the field of music, medicine, science, containing intellectual property become food for AI. AI technology generates new intellectual property, the rights of which have yet to be examined more thoroughly. Juridical praxis is yet to be shaped. Creation of digital ecosystem with various services in the field of intellectual property stimulated circulation of IP rights in cross-border situation and promotes intensive monetization in IP. At the same time, the number of legal and financial barriers is gradually decreasing. The world is starting to use digital currencies. Legal conflicts which arise in international transactions are analyzed and solved. There are more and more solutions which allow creators to increasingly move into digital environment. All this certainly changing the landscape of the IP sphere. Today, I can confidently share Russian experience in forming digital blockchain infrastructure in the IP field, which can be scaled. The Russian Center is the operator of the public state blockchain network for IP management, for IP rights management, which called RCIS network. Network based on blockchain technologies and accumulates data on various IP objects. The nodes of the network are government agencies, ministries, collective management organizations, various creative industry communities, corporations and businesses, all those who have intellectual property registers. The node transmits their data on IP objects to the RCIS network. Moreover, digital services which provide the IP market with infrastructure for IP market participants are also nodes of the RCIS network. For example, digital IP exchange platform for transactions with IP rights is a node of the RCIS blockchain network. The network includes a deposit service, which is often used by the creative industries actors to fix and record their rights. There is an investment platform which helps creators find financing. All services which are nodes of the RCIS network transmit data on all actions with IP rights and objects to the RCIS network, which has become a global IP data lake. It contains information about authors, right holders, IP objects, transactions with IP rights, value of rights, attracted investments, and even lawsuits regarding IP objects, since the courts are also nodes of the blockchain network. Market participants and investors receive a one-stop shop resource which contains data on the full life cycle of any IP object. They do not need to look for different sources of information and waste time collecting data from different registers. Thus, RCIS blockchain network is an example of a modern infrastructure solution which provides IP market participants with all necessary digital tools for IP monetization. I have already mentioned a deposit service and digital IP exchange platform, which are part of RCIS blockchain infrastructure. These services work as a digital assistant for creators and industries and industry actors. The service works as the deposit service ensures recording of rights. It instantly transfers data on recorded rights to the RCIS network. The digital IP exchange platform is designed to make transactions with rights to any results of corporate and individual creativity, music, technical solutions, images, text, and etc., etc. So every day, hundreds of transactions with rights are made on the IP exchange. Thousands of ready-made offers are posted, and the average time for transaction is measured in minutes. All this allows authors and rights holders to manage their rights independently, to enter into licensing contracts and monetize their content, both inside their home country and between residents of different countries, to establish a direct dialogue between IP market players, to reveal new opportunities for development of science and IP commercialization, not to exchange documents. There is no need to delve into legal nuance. The contracts have a visual form of widgets. To carry out transactions in the form of smart contracts, to upload information about transactions into RCIS network immediately after the conclusion. It is stored in the transactions section for each IP object. To generate payment documents automatically, to monitor the receipt of funds in real time and optimize transactions cost. All transactions with RUSI's blockchain network are secure and recorded in real time. Information on completed transactions with IP rights is open to the market actors, except the confidential terms. This network are considered legally reliable and are recognized by all participants of Russian IP market. Russian Center applicable for any, the experience of Russian Center applicable for any jurisdiction depending on the local legal design with a focus on international IP rights transactions. So, once again, I would like to note that the key to long-term sustainable development of any country is its intellectual capital. Effective involvement of the IP capital in social and economic processes defines the country's ability to create popular, innovative products and solutions. This, in turn, open new horizons for countries that effectively manage their intellectual wealth. Digital technologies largely contribute to IP rights turnover and help to stimulate the trend towards IP digitalization further. Russian Center open for cooperation, and we hope that we can do many things together with Indonesian Republic. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Irina Yakovleva, Deputy Chairman, the Russian of Transaction Center, for your special keynote. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are ready to walk to high-level talks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will discuss about creative industry with the topic reshaping policies for Indonesia's new engine of growth. In this session, we'll be led by a moderator. Allow me to introduce our moderator today. He's an entrepreneur, the successful one, of course, has more than 33 million followers on Instagram. His creativepreneur journey began when he and his partner founded an ice cream company in 2012, which is still in operation today, supplying ice cream to various restaurants and ice cream shops in Jakarta, Surabaya, and Bali. With his partners, he also established a brand and communication agency, Sandpiper, which continues to help a variety of companies from different sectors build their business to this day. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Gupta Sitorus. Next, we will invite our speakers to join on stage. The first speaker is an Indonesian activist, politician, actress, and presenter. During her time as a member of the legislature, she fought for women and children rights and against human trafficking. She's a member of parliament in the House of Representatives, Miss Rahayu Saraswati. The next speaker is also a woman, beautiful of course, ladies and gentlemen. She has an educational background in the field of tourism management. She completed her master's education in tourism management at Victoria University, Melbourne, Australia in 1998. She built her career in bureaucracy from scratch, starting as a junior superintendent penata muda in 1995. And now, she is trusted to sit as the Deputy for Industry and Investment, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Miss Rizky Handayani. Following speaker comes from the Ministry of Trade. She also ran her career in the bureaucracy from zero. She focused on the trade sector from 2017 as head of the Center for Foreign Trade Studies. In August this year, she was chosen as head of the Trade Policy Agency in the Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. She is Miss Fajarini Punto Dewi. Next speaker is Mr. Ismet Saputra. He is the President Director Government Investment Center, Ministry of Finance. He received many awards regarding his achievement. We kindly invite Mr. Ismet Saputra. Last but not least, we have a handsome speaker. He is famous around the young generation. He's also a lecturer, an author, and a writer. He focuses on the field of science culture since his time in the college. Now his consistency and dedication let him trusted as the Director General of Culture in the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. He is Mr. Hilmar Farid. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we hand over this session to our moderator, Mr. Gupta Sitorus. Time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Saka. Do we still have any bumper or shall I start? I can start, right? So, good morning everyone. Selamat pagi, Pak Menteri, Bapak Ibu semuanya. First of all, I would like to say thank you for having us, for having me, Bu Kiki. It is really an honor for me to be in this assembly with all creative players. And, knowing that we are only like few weeks away from the inauguration, I think today's discussion is going to be very strategic. And I hope that today's discussion can provide feedback for the next government, finger crossed. So, yeah, thank you Pak Hilmar, Pak Ismet, Bu Rini, Bu Kiki, dan Mbak Sarah. Again, I understand that most of our audience now is are Indonesian, but allow us to speak in English ya Bapak dan Ibu ya. But we will emphasize important things in bahasa. So, yes, saya mulai dari mana ya? Where do I start? Ada yang bawa deck nggak? No one here bringing any deck or so we just like omong-omong aja. So anyway, so probably mungkin dari Bu Kiki kali ya. Bu Kiki, sebagai host, sebagai penyelenggara gitu kan ya. And yeah, since we are talking about creative industry, Bu, I know that we've been, like in the past 10 years, creative industry has been the hot topics of the, being in the media, in the public. Even myself, I'm the creative player. But what intrigued me is, I really want to know how does the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy see us as a part of economy, not to give wrong impression, but seeing other major countries like South Korea, like Japan, like France, for example, they have successfully moved away from conventional kind of economic stream to creative economy, revenue stream. How does, can you give us like a big picture of where we are in the creative industry, Bu Kiki?
Thank you, Gupta. But I think I will answer in bahasa Indonesia because it's a lot of things.
Monggo, Bu.
Ya, ini karena banyak Indonesia. So, terima kasih. First, saya ingin jelaskan kenapa kita adakan ini sebenarnya. Ini adalah bagian dari jawabannya apa yang Gupta tanyakan tadi, bahwa creative industry sudah mulai kita bahas last 10 years. We already talk about creative industry last 10 years. We understand that we have a lot of talents. We have a lot of, the UMKM ya, yang bergerak di bidang SMEs yang bergerak di bidang creative industry. Tapi yang kita lihat bahwa satu ekosistem besarnya ini yang masih perlu kita perjuangkan. Nah, creative industry masih dilihat sebagai pekerjaan individu satu-satu. Jadi masih belum ada yang memang belum kuat untuk mendorong ini menjadi kekuatan ekonomi kita masa depan. Tadi Pak Erlangga Hartanto sudah menyampaikan bahwa ini sebenarnya potensi besar Indonesia, di mana yang talent, orang-orang muda yang bergerak di industri ini, for the next 10 years, for the next 20 years, adalah Gen Z dan mungkin di bawahnya lagi, yang semua sudah, memang sudah digital savvy. And then mereka juga sudah ke bidang creative industry. Banyak anak-anak kita sekarang yang dulu saya nggak boleh kalau harus mau jadi di industri perfilman atau di industri lain. Tapi sekarang orang tua kita mendorong ke industri-industri kreatif ini. Nah, sebenarnya secara government Pak Hilmar mungkin di perdagangan, keuangan, kita harus bersatu bagaimana membuat creative industry based on our culture become the most important economic resources for the next 10 years. Ini yang sebenarnya yang perlu kita lakukan. Isu mengenai IP gimana kolektif manajemen dari IP. Terus kemudian yang masih belum ada lagi adalah pembiayaan fleksibel dari government untuk mendukung berkembangnya industrinya. Ekosistem industri yang perlu kita kembangkan di Indonesia. Talentnya kita sudah banyak. Kita sudah banyak sekali mendapat teman-teman di Jogja ini orderan untuk buat animasi Pak, for films. Tapi mereka akhirnya terserap di luar, IP-nya milik luar. Kita ingin bahwa Indonesia menjadi center di dalam kreatif ekonomi, termasuk di dalam industri yang berkembang. Not only the talent, but the industry. Nah ini saya pikir tadi saya setuju sekali, mungkin di next government melihat industri ini menjadi industri yang akan memegang peranan penting di dalam pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia. Gitu.
Oke. Saya menangkap beberapa. I catch several catchphrase from Bu Kiki. You mentioned about ecosystem and collaborating with other nomenklatur, collaborating with other ministry, which it come to my senses that we have use case of having a dedicated institution called Bekraf Buya at that time, but mungkin using your term ekosistemnya, is there any lesson learned or whatever that is yang bisa kita ambil dari kehadiran Bekraf? Nah, juga learning from other country Pak Hilmar gitu kan ya. I know that several major countries like tadi saya bilang Korea dan segala macam, culture dan kreatif seringkali punya segregasi yang sangat-sangat tipis Pak Hilmar. Dan bahkan beberapa, kalau kita ngomongin dalam tataran supranational organization seperti UNESCO pun kadang-kadang kreatifnya fell under UNESCO, correct me if I'm wrong. Nah, dan bahkan juga beberapa negara menyebutnya adalah industri budaya dan industri kreatif gitu kan ya. Nah, apakah tadi yang dibilang oleh Bu Kiki, ekosistem ini adalah tadi yang harus align antara budaya, kreatif, juga nanti juga mungkin ke akses pembiayaan. Pak Hilmar mungkin punya say on that, Pak?
Ya, English Indonesian?
Bahasa.
Bahasa Indonesia, oke. Okay.
Our stakeholder in bahasa. Pak Sandi in bahasa.
How many non-Indonesian speaking people in the audience?
Almost 90% are Indonesian, so yes.
A few. So I'm gonna mix. Ya, sebenarnya Ibu Kiki tadi udah mengeluarkan kata kunci. Kita harus bersatu. Okay? Question of how. right? Like how do you bring together all these like different organizations, but there are different histories, interests, etc. No? So one idea, is, of course, is to form a ministry that would like encapsulate all these different units, branches of the government dealing with culture, creative industry under one. You know, that's one idea. Another one is to establish an organization, like a ministry, that would limit its activities to regulating and empowering. So it's not executing, right? The execution of programs, etc., could be left into the hands of agencies. I don't know if you have people from Korea in the audience. Look at Korea, KOKA, the Korean Creative Content Agency, KOFIC for film, etc., etc. So list goes on and on. So unfortunately, in our administrative system, this is not really known. It's new, no? But it's up to the incoming government, yeah?
We have a rep from the House of Rep here.
Exactly.
So yeah, we can ask her later on that.
We are sending a strong message now to her. But yeah, I mean, that's one issue, right? I mean, how to build an organization that would be able to coordinate these different functions, etc., related to culture, creative industry. I mean, if you look at UNCTAD's definition of creative industries, I mean, you have this like circle of different areas connected to the creative industry in the middle. But if you look at these like individual items, they're all related to culture, museum, heritage sites, etc. So my point would be, knowing that Indonesia is the largest biocultural diversity in the world, yeah, that we should harness this. Yeah, it's just strange. I mean, if you keep on talking about like a very limited portion of what is possible, ignoring or neglecting the rich resources, the really great resources that we have. So two things then, yeah. One is to build an organization that will be able to coordinate all this. And the second point, which is I think even more important, and I hope that in this conference we could elaborate this further, is that to expand the definition of what we call cultural and creative industries. No, so that's another area that I think we should like focus on.
Right. So to encapsulate in bahasa, so meaning sebenarnya yang dibutuhkan adalah sebuah lembaga nomenklatur yang bisa menjadi yang bisa menggabungkan semua kebutuhan tadi Pak Hilmar. But establishing a ministry is one thing. Tadi saya bilang, we have use case of having backcraft, right? But financial thing, funding thing is another thing. How does us, the player, the key player of the industry, do have access to the financing thingy? So on that particular thing, Pak Ismet, nggak mungkin gue nanya ke lu kan ya? Sorry, saya nanya ke Pak Ismet. Pak, misalnya Pak, kita agree bahwa kementerian ini adalah suatu yang niscaya dan dibutuhkan, bahwa ada satu lembaga yang memang bisa mengatur semuanya gitu kan Pak ya, budaya, kreatif dan lain-lainnya. Tapi again masalah keuangan gitu kan ya, masalah pendanaan menjadi hal yang sangat kritikal buat kami para pelaku sektor Pak Ismet. Nah, boleh tahu nggak Pak, sebenarnya selama ini teman-teman di Kemenku seperti apa Pak, mungkin mindset terhadap kami, apakah kami dianggap sebagai secondary revenue stream gitu Pak ya, sehingga gimana, atau memang sudah dianggap sebagai sebuah potential powerhouse Pak, power economy Pak?
Baik, baik terima kasih Mas Moderator ya. Jadi begini, terkait dengan ini kan kalau kita cerita UMKM secara keseluruhan, di dalam itu ada, kalau kita lihat dari Barekraf itu ada 17 sektor ya, yang ditangani oleh Barekraf. Sebetulnya dari 17 sektor itu, kalau dari Kementerian Keuangan, ini kalau kita cerita spending Pak, untuk UMKM mulai dari mikro, kecil, menengah itu tersebar kalau dia belanja, itu ada di berapa kementerian lembaga. Jadi kalau saya data kementerian lembaga itu, mulai dari Kementerian Koperasi, Kementan, Perindustrian, Kumham, Balai POM, dan seterusnya. Intinya seluruh sektor tadi belanja itu ada di banyak kementerian. Mau bikin PIRT, Balai POM, Halal, itu di Kementerian Agama. hak indikasi geografis, haki, paten, merek, itu Kumham. Itu teralokasi di banyak kementerian lembaga. Tetapi memang kalau pemerintah mengalokasikan dalam kebijakan fiskal itu ada, misal kayak sekarang Kementerian Pariwisata minta dana pariwisata Bu ya, itu sudah dialokasikan 2 triliun. Kalau untuk pembiayaan yang di luar 17 sektor tadi, sebagian besar itu sudah terfasilitasi, ada yang dikeluarkan pemerintah dari KUR. Itu sudah uang yang bergulir sejak skema KUR keluar, itu sudah 1.700 triliun di luar subsidi bunga dari pemerintah. Tahun kemarin ini, tahun ini 40 triliunan subsidi bunganya Pak. Artinya 1.700 adalah perguliran dari uang perbankan. Kalau yang saya kelola dari PIP, itu sudah meleverage 41 triliun. Sejak 7 tahun berdirinya PIP. Tapi memang sektornya adalah usaha kuliner, makanan, kerajinan yang sifatnya kecil, mikro. Yang belum masuk di dalam skema pembiayaan ini sebetulnya adalah game, film, animasi, dan musik. Saya lupa itu ada berapa sektor ya. Nah, ini pernah kita diskusikan sebetulnya. Intinya sebetulnya dari pemerintah ini untuk sektor ini seperti apa? Apakah dia melalui spending, belanja, atau pembiayaan? Kalau kalau spending belanja, berarti kan uangnya habis belanja ya, dialokasikan setiap tahun. Kalau dia pembiayaan, berarti ada uang yang digulirkan dan harus kembali. Intinya sektor apapun kalau dikasih pembiayaan, kalau dia butuh plafon berapa, skema membayarnya seperti apa, kalau macet apa jaminannya untuk kembali. Itu aja sebetulnya Pak. Ah ini yang belum ketemu kemarin diskusinya.
Jaminan.
Mungkin itu.
Apa jaminannya? Pak, tapi oke, mumpung ngomongin funding Pak. Sebenarnya Pak yang dibutuhkan, the player who needs access to fund, not necessarily only small medium enterprises Pak. Gitu kan Pak. We also talk about, kalau kita ngomongin komposisi sebenarnya Pak, those who contribute to PDB sebenarnya yang di tengah-tengah pun also contribute to PDB Pak ya gitu kan ya. Kami yang di tengah-tengah Pak yang kadang-kadang kami agak luput dari perhatian. Those yang sudah industrial, they have financial capacity to go abroad. They have financial capacity to expand. Tapi yang tengah-tengah kadang-kadang nggak tahu ke siapa. No, mungkin itu disimpan dulu Pak ya. Tapi since kita ngomongin tadi masalah finansial, kemudian juga promosi industri. Kalau dari Bu Rini ya Bu ya. Manggilnya Bu apa Bu? Oh Bu Bunto, oke. Nah dalam konteksnya di Kementerian Perdagangan Bu ya, sebenarnya apa yang sudah dilakukan untuk mempropel kami ini Bu, para pelaku sektor, dan apa yang akan dilakukan ke depannya Bu? Kalau boleh dijelaskan Bu.
Terima kasih ya Pak ya. Jadi kan kalau kita melihat peran industri kreatif ini sebagai salah satu sekarang ini ya emerging industry, khususnya kan untuk mendukung pertumbuhan ekonomi. Which is kalau di dalam Kementerian Perdagangan sendiri banyak hal yang harus dilakukan. Jadi dari sisi misalnya surplus, karena ini harus surplus untuk ekonomi ini bertumbuh. Kemudian tentunya menjaga konsumsi, kemudian produktivitas. Nah peran kami sendiri tentunya kalau tidak salah ada juga ya di perpresnya bahwa the role of the Ministry of Trade is to open the market, the access market ya. Jadi kita itu membuka akses pasar, baik itu di pasar global maupun tentunya penguatan di pasar dalam negeri. Ini akses ini tentunya sangat penting buat para pelaku usaha. Nah sekarang kalau kita bicara konteks perdagangan itu sendiri, perdagangan itu kan ada perdagangan jasa dan juga perdagangan barang. Even itu for the creative industry based on two sector, services and then the goods itself. Nah, jadi di sini ada begitu pentingnya akses market ini yang kita lakukan melalui perjanjian perdagangan bebas. Karena dengan adanya perjanjian perdagangan bebas ini tentu kita akan mendapatkan privilege berupa itu misalnya penurunan tarif maupun juga beberapa penghindaran non tarif measures, baik itu produk barang dan juga jasa. Kami sendiri sudah memiliki saat ini ada 38 existing perjanjian perdagangan, tetapi yang sudah implementasi itu kalau nggak salah ada 13. Nah dari 13 perjanjian perdagangan ini ada beberapa, ini berapa nih, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 ini yang mengcover tidak hanya perdagangan barang tetapi juga perdagangan jasa. Karena industri kreatif ini juga paling banyak ini masuk ke dalam perdagangan jasa. Meskipun di perdagangan barang juga ada. Nah, yang paling maju ini dari perjanjian perdagangan ini adalah perjanjian kita dengan Korea, yaitu Indonesia Korea CEPA dan juga Indonesia Jepang EPA. Di dalam Indonesia Korea CEPA itu, ini sekarang sedang dalam proses negosiasi. Di situ ada kerjasama yang juga memasukkan kerjasama untuk capacity building bagi produk industri kreatif. Nah, ini di sini proses kerjasama itu keseluruhan ya. Jadi dari peningkatan daya saing SDM-nya sampai juga dengan business matching sehingga mereka akan mendapatkan buyer. Kemudian kalau dengan Jepang sendiri itu hanya untuk capacity building, tetapi tidak sampai kepada pertemuan business matching-nya. Nah, kemudian yang paling bagus juga dari perjanjian perdagangan ini yang ada di Indonesia Australia. Karena dengan Indonesia Australia CEPA itu sekarang kita juga sudah ada itu working holiday visa. Sehingga misalnya dari Indonesia mau bekerja ini masuk ke dalam mode 4 ya, movement of natural person. Mau bekerja ke Australia sambil berholiday juga bisa gitu. Which is itu kan sesuatu yang sangat susah dilakukan apabila kita tidak punya privilege atau kita tidak punya perjanjian dengan negara lain. Nah, ini akses pasar yang sudah kita lakukan untuk buka. Jadi tidak hanya untuk perdagangan jasa termasuk jasa kreatif, tetapi juga perdagangan barang. Karena yang termasuk dalam golongan barang kreatif itu juga kita juga punya kontribusi cukup tinggi ya. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan.
Thank you, Bu Punto.
Terima kasih.
Nah, ini sebenarnya kalau dalam in the last 15 minutes, I received a lot of information yang mungkin saya juga agak sedikit overwhelmed. Bahwa sebenarnya cukup banyak dilakukan oleh teman-teman di pemerintahan in regard to creative industry gitu kan ya. Nah, from the optics of Mbak Sarah as a politician, gitu kan ya. Tadi ini ada beberapa kata kunci nih Mbak, dari tadi Pak Hilmar bilang that adalah sebuah hal yang ideal if we have one dedicated apapun itu nomenklatur or whatever yang bisa mengurus ini semua, terus juga kita ngomongin masalah akses pembiayaan. How do we navigate this thing ya Mbak Sarah, and how do you see this thing?
Rumit. Complex. So let me start by saying, first of all, apresiasi sebesar-besarnya untuk mengadakan diskusi ini di dalam acara ini. Mungkin saya mulai dari, saya tangkap dulu dari misalnya dari Mas Hilmar tadi, about the skema besarnya. Karena as a background, for those of you who don't know me, my background is before I became a politician, I was actually a professional actress. So I am part of this industry, yeah. And I understand the frustration of my friends in this industry, including yourself, who wants to see a complete transformation of what needs to be done for this industry. Karena gini, saya coba, I'll go back and forth from English to Indonesian, but I need to explain something to the Indonesian audience, first of all. Bahwa kita selama ini memiliki satu kelemahan yang besar, yang tadi sudah di-highlight oleh Mas Hilmar. Bahwa kita ini seringkali, dan itu tadi ada satu kata kunci yang diangkat juga oleh Pak Ismet, persoalan sektoral. We are very ego sektoral. Bukan hanya dari segi kementerian dan pemerintah, tapi bahkan di dalam industri kreatif itu sendiri sangat ego sektoral. Jadi kalau misalkan kita mencoba untuk mempersatukan kekuatan yang ada di Indonesia, yes we are very large. We are 280 million people, archipelago of 17,000 islands plus. But more than that, lebih daripada itu, terutama di industri kreatif, saya tahu karena saya bagian di antaranya, ego sektoralnya tuh besar sekali. Sehingga di dalam sini kita masih ada isu pada saat we are expressing our desire to see a ministry of culture and economy creative maybe. everybody has their own thoughts. And the strategy becomes very blurred from the national side. Because here's the thing, Indonesia is not policy-based. We are figure-based, hands down. I will say it and I will die on that hill. Why? Setiap kali ada pemerintahan baru, menteri baru, ubah lagi. So it's not policy-based, it's figure-based. And then our leaders are mainly politicians, not technocrats. And most politicians come from background of law or just politician by career. And then they don't understand the issue of culture and creative economy. Jadi mohon izin Pak Ismat, kayak tadi Bapak bicara tentang bahwa Kementerian Keuangan sudah banyak mendukung, tetapi melihat sektor ini atau industri ini sebagai bagian dari UMKM. When UMKM adalah bagian dari culture. Kalau kita ngelihat dari misalnya Korea, mau lihat dari Prancis, mau lihat dari Jepang, the national strategy looks at culture and creative economy as a soft power, as an economic power. They know that in order to get the most out of it, they need to invest. And to invest means money. However, nah sekarang saya ke bagian keuangan. Ini saya sudah duduk bareng dengan teman-teman di sektor ini, Pak. Dan salah satu yang menjadi kegelisahan terbesar kita adalah bahwa kita tidak memiliki sistem keuangan negara yang or at least we haven't found, dan mungkin ini bisa jadi salah satu hal yang Bapak bisa give us a little bit of an idea. Gimana kita bisa punya body kayak Koka gitu loh. Yang bisa menerima dana dari pemerintah di earmark, karena setahu saya kita nggak bisa earmarking. Kita kayak banyak teman-teman saya dari 10 tahun yang lalu bahkan di sektor film. Yang mereka menyampaikan kita ini males bayar pajak karena kita nggak merasakan benefit dari kita bayar pajak. Itu banyak dari mereka yang menyatakan, apalagi mereka yang istilahnya UMKM di dalam industri ekonomi kreatif. Jadi kalau misalkan kita, if somehow, apalagi mohon maaf, gamers kita di Indonesia, you know the number of gamers in Indonesia? 183 million. 183 juta gamers di Indonesia saja. Kalau misalkan kita bicara dengan misalnya teman-teman di seni tradisional, mungkin ada yang merasakan kok kita mulai ditinggalkan, ini salahnya dari game udah mulai masuk. Itu nggak bisa dibendung. Gimana enggak sekolah-sekolah SMA kita ada yang udah bikin literally an agreement, exclusive agreement dengan game-game dari luar negeri. They make an exclusive agreement. Our high schools, some of our high schools, state-owned high schools, make an exclusive agreement with foreign IP games. So our money goes out. We are not developing our own IPs, and this is a huge issue. And tadi Miss Irina was mentioning about, IP is the power. If we are not supporting our own IPs, whether it's by grants, Indonesia is not a grant-giving country. LSM, NGO, yayasan susah untuk mendapatkan dukungan dana dari pemerintah, beda dengan negara lain. Mereka kasih grants. Di sini ada nggak grants yang mohon maaf, kadang-kadang di Indonesia masih sangat tergantung dengan ordal. Bukan berdasarkan bisnis plan-nya sebagus apa. Belum lagi kita di industri kreatif, we might be able to write the best script possible, or to film the best film possible, or animate the best animation possible, but they might not understand how to make a business plan with a correct, waterfall of equity, etc. They don't get that, not all of them. Dari pendidikan dari segi itu juga penting. Nah, bicara perdagangan mungkin saya juga menyampaikan bahwa akses, nah tadi saya juga melihat listnya, benar saya baru aja dari Arizona minggu lalu. Arizona is like the #1 FDI di Amerika saat ini. Right next to Hollywood, right next to California. Kita belum ada FTA dengan US. Mau buat agreement apa sama Hollywood? Gitu kan, we don't have an FTA with US. So, tapi aksesnya itu juga Bu. Akses kepada semua yang kita punya, pelaku usaha kita ada berapa di dalam sektor ini sendiri. Belum tentu mereka memiliki akses itu. Yang tahu ya cuman mereka yang dekat dengan ordal. So we have a big homework ahead. How to ensure through the system, structure, there is a one-stop shop. I will say this, I'm not representing the government, the incoming. I'm saying I am one of you who is hoping that the incoming government will hear our voice, right? So mudah-mudahan bisa dibantu dengan semua pejabat yang hadir di sini gitu ya. Bahwa we need a culture, a ministry of culture, and if possible together with creative economy, that goes, it's a circular economy, it's a circular system where the writers, the IP creators have a link all the way to even the culinary. So if they're making a game over here, they include a culinary richness that we have, whether it's, what are the 5 dishes?
Sate. Nasi goreng, soto, rendang, gado-gado. The 5 dishes agreed upon by the Culinary Arts Association, or whatever you guys call it, that shows in our IP, in our games, that has access to 183 million people, gamers, which will support the rendang maker, the gado-gado vendor. That is supposed to cover that whole ecosystem. But nobody's really thinking of this, so hopefully minta tolong kepada semua pejabat di sini untuk bantu menyuarakan kepada bosnya masing-masing. Termasuk keuangan, tolong untuk menyampaikan kepada Bapak Tommy. Ya, karena ini harus dari semua sisi, nggak bisa saya sendiri nih yang ngomong gitu ya. So we need to have this one body dari segi struktur, and then dari segi keuangan from the finance side, how do we ensure that the APBN, the national budget, is felt and benefiting those who are doing what they can in this economy, in this creative economy, which will bring us into to have a new soft power and a new economic power, and the access-wise, etc., etc. Okay, sorry. Wow. Thank you, Mbak Sarah. Ini, what you said, it kind of led me to fundamental questions. Whether bapak-bapak itu mungkin paham is not the right word, tapi mungkin paham kali Pak ya. Apakah sudah memahami bahwa apakah kreatif ekonomi ini dianggap sebagai sebuah potensi atau bukan sebenarnya Pak? That a rhetorical question, but menurut saya itu fundamental karena tanpa ada pemahaman itu ya jadinya gini lagi Pak ya. Nah mungkin Pak Hilmar izin Pak, boleh saya punya anekdotal use case, itu kan ya betapa kreatif ekonomi itu bisa menjadi sebuah revenue stream yang sangat luar biasa. Kita kemarin ada ngobrol-ngobrol masalah tentang gasing. Mainan gasing itu. Indonesia punya hundreds type of gasing yang treatmentnya hanya dianggap sebagai kria. Kria ya Bu?
Mainan tradisional.
Mainan tradisional. Dampaknya apa? Dampaknya teman-teman di kria hanya bisa jualan gasing as is, 15.000 gitu kan ya. Tapi kalau kita belajar dari Jepang misalnya, Jepang punya juga Pak gasing Pak. Tuh. punya gasing yang kemudian jadi IP, jadi game, gitu kan ya?
Enggak, dia ngambilnya, sorry. Ini membantu.
Oh ya silakan.
Kita sering ngobrol soal ini soalnya, saya membantu. Jadi gasingnya yang mereka jual itu ada gambarnya Naruto. Ada gambarnya Pokemon. Harganya jadi berkali-kali lipat dari gasingnya kita. Padahal kita punya berapa tipe gasing gitu. Just because of IP. Nah itu contoh gitu ya.
Dan konon katanya ekspor gasing mereka, correct me if I'm wrong, 17T per tahunnya gitu kan ya. Nah, mungkin Bu Kiki mau menanggapi Bu?
Baik, saya setuju sekali Mas Gupta ya. Kenapa saya bicara ekosistem? Kita tidak melihat satu sektor per sektor lain. Karena ternyata ada kaitannya semua di 17 subsektor. Saya juga saat ini Mas Menteri menugaskan saya dari tahun lalu sebenarnya. Kaitan dengan istilahnya kita mau pakai judulnya Indonesia Kreatif Content Fund. Saya udah bicara dengan Pak Hilmar juga, begitu dengan teman-teman di Kementerian Keuangan. Ada sistem pembiayaan sektor kreatif berbasis IP ini tidak menggunakan pola APBN. Karena tadi sudah disampaikan, kalau pola APBN akhirnya jatuhnya per sektor, per kementerian begitu. Nomenklatur jadinya. Nah, kita harap
kayaknya tadi Bu Kiki punya ada slide yang bisa ditunjukkan nggak ya?
Ada ya, ACCF ya. Nah ini kita sudah sedang susun dan kita harapkan sekali, ini sebenarnya suara dari teman-teman industri. Ketika kami menyusun ini, kami mengundang asosiasi film, musik, kemudian games, animations gitu ya. Ada nggak ya di sini ya? Oke. Nah kita harapkan nanti tadi kaitannya, apakah ini sebagian jadi grant atau jadi government investment Pak? So tadi yang Bapak sampaikan bahwa ini nanti kembali. Ini ada uang yang dipakai diputar lagi. Makanya kenapa saya tidak mau bicara skala. Ada yang memang UMKM sepertinya ya. Tapi ada yang udah skala tadi menengah ke atas yang bisa mendorong. Nah kami juga sudah bicara. Ini dari pembiayaan. Tadi kaitan dengan gasing dan ini. Kita juga punya program Pak Menteri namanya rantai pasok, rantai nilai. Bagaimana IP kita bisa digunakan. Saya udah bicara kemarin dengan BNI. Apakah bisa IP daerah itu dipakai di kartu kredit bank-bank kita, dibeli begitu ya IP-nya, atau kemudian digatok kita apa ya, dengan teman-teman daerah, lihatlah IP itu jadi kayak digunakan dalam arti mohon maaf saya katakan dibeli ya, jadi jangan udah deh kesini IP-nya saya pinjem ya, jangan gitu, that's IP harus dihargai ya. Jadi ini yang harus kita dorong, gunakan IP kita kita government paling tidak kita bisa melakukan itu gitu ya. Jadi mungkin saat ini perbankan tidak bisa membiayai, tapi government Pak perlu model baru di dalam pembiayaan untuk yang sektor industri berbasis IP ini. Nah kita harapkan nanti ini bisa jadi bukan PR ya, kerja utama.
Agenda bersama Bu.
Agenda bersama kita, karena kita kalau nggak mulai dari sekarang Pak, kita akan terlalu tertinggal dan hanya jadi market saja. Tadi disampaikan 100 berapa juta gamer, 183 juta gamer kita, mungkin hanya 10% atau makin 1%, 2% yang mainin gamenya Indonesia. Karena apa? Dia nggak mampu mempromosikan gamenya. Dia nggak ada ekosistem yang mendukung biar dikenal oleh masyarakat Indonesia. So ini yang paling penting kalau boleh tambah. I'm in the same mission sama teman-teman. Makasih.
Thank you Bu Kiki. Tadi ke Pak Hilmar, tanggapan dong Pak, gue juga bingung nanya apa.
Because the stage is on fire already, so adding a little bit to that. Gini, kalau saya tadi bicara soal pentingnya kita juga expanding gitu ya, kita memperluas pemahaman kita mengenai apa sih ekonomi yang berbasis pada kekayaan budaya dan kekayaan intelektual. Creativity is the way you do it. Tetapi yang kita mau tap resourcesnya kan gitu. Ambil contoh, kalau bisa kasih lihat slide-nya. Indonesia is the home of 20% of the world's mangrove. Okay, that's a fact. 3.3 million hectares all over Indonesia. Almost half of it, 49% of this 3.3 million is in Papua. Okay, and 500,000 hectares is in a district called Kaimana. There's a study by the World Bank back in 2022, not this one, before that, back in 2022, that basically concludes that the yield of a mangrove per hectare per year is $15,000 US. Yeah, that's a conservative estimate. Times 3.3 million, that would amount to 50 billion US dollar. 750 triliun Bapak Ibu. Kalau itu dipakai, Kaimana akan dapat sekitar 7,7 triliun. Akan jadi kabupaten terkaya di Indonesia. Ya. Sekarang Kaimana adalah kabupaten 3T, termasuk yang PAD-nya paling rendah di seluruh Papua, hanya 27 miliar. Something is wrong here, right? Ini peta sebelumnya deh. Ini kita, ya. Indonesia adalah satu dari 3 biocultural diversity terbesar di dunia. Oke? Bisa lanjut? Ini wellness economy, the potentials. Mas Menteri udah bolak-balik ngomong soal wellness tourism dan segala macam. But question is, where are we on this map? Slide berikut. Ya, masih sedih kita. Kita global rank 22, 43, 23, 56 dan seterusnya. Being one of 3 largest biocultural diversities in the world. Ya. Kalau sekarang kita bilang, wah kita udah naik nih ranking 19, masih malu kita sebenarnya gitu. Karena ini belum digarap secara penuh. So, this is I think our advantage, right, that we should use and optimize, like maximize. Apakah ini nyambung dengan ekonomi kreatif yang kita omongin sekarang? Sangat. Ya, Mbak Sarah kasih contoh bagus banget tadi, gado-gado dan segala macam dalam game. Orang tadi mungkin bertanya gitu, musik gamelan kira-kira gimana ya? Kalau tampil dalam bentuk yang klasik, mungkin orang 2-3 lagu kalau bukan dari kebudayaan itu angkat tangan. Sorry, ya, this is not for me. Tapi kalau sekarang dibikin kayak yang tadi pagi ditunjukin, dimasukkan ke dalam EDM, ceritanya lain lagi dong. Bisa gitu ya. Kalau misalnya sekarang ini gamelan dan segala macam, ingat, begitu kita ngomong ekonomi kreatif, kita nggak cuma ngomong tentang misalnya lagu dipentaskan di mana, atau masuk rekaman mana, soundscape. Itu untuk industri game penting banget. Gamelan sangat mungkin dipakai, Jepang aja udah pakai dari film Gojira tahun 80-an. Ya, and all these things, right? So, if you look at this like differently, kita akan dapat gambar yang sangat berbeda. Ini yang saya maksud expanding dan trying to redefine what do we mean by culture and creative industries. It's a debate back to 2011 when Ibu Mari Pangestu was the minister, right? Having 16 subsectors, etc., etc. Okay, I mean let's start from there, but keep in mind or take into consideration the fact that we are one of the 3 largest biocultural diversities in the world. Yeah, it's just impossible to ignore that. Now, if you want to think about cultural and creative economy. Yeah. So my last point, ini terkait financing ya. Yeah. Ini harus jadi keputusan. Yeah, it's a political decision. I mean, do you want to invest this or not? Yeah, do you want to see the sector thrive or not? I mean, that's a very fundamental question. If yes, okay, ya, organisasi dan segala macam yang dibilang Ibu Kiki tadi bersatu, okay, put it under one umbrella. Ya, susah untuk bikin kementerian karena tadi yang dijelaskan Mbak Sarah, masing-masing dengan politisi punya interest dan segala macam. Oke, keluarin aja presidential instruction, kasih impres, ya. Ini semua yang kita yang ada di sini, lo kerja ya, bareng gitu ya untuk satu tujuan. Apa KPI-nya dan seterusnya. So to make it happen. Otherwise every year like we will have a discussion like this, right? Repeating again and again the potentials, etc., etc. But now I think it's time to act, right? And the incoming government is a great opportunity now, yeah, to really focus on that. And yeah, mari kita berharap, gitu ya,
Thank
bahwa
you, Pak.
itu bisa betul-betul jalan.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point, Pak. I think the sentence that we need to invest is very on point, touche. Dalam arti bahwa apa yang sudah kita invest like in the past 10 years akhirnya jadi cost center karena tidak punya profitability yang jelas. Dan kalau mau invest jangan setengah-setengah, otherwise kalau setengah ya kita nggak maju-maju. Mungkin that's the point from me as a pelaku sektor. Nah, since kita sudah kehabisan waktu, allow me to give each of you like 30 second of closing statement. Tadi Pak Hilman mungkin sudah closing, dari Pak Ismet udah closing Pak, udah panjang. Pak Ismet, Bu Punto, Bu Kiki dan Mbak Sarah terakhir.
Baik, jadi begini, kami saat ini lagi mengidentifikasi, ini belum lagi kita rapatkan, karena arahan Bu Menteri, Pak Wamen itu jelas itu. Coba kita lihat deh terkait dengan UMKM ini, terlalu banyak di ecer-ecer belanja itu di mana-mana, tetapi hasilnya tidak optimal gitu loh. Saya sudah identifikasi, saya sudah pernah panggil waktu itu diskusi sama deputi-deputi pembiayaan di beberapa kementerian lembaga, apa sih programnya dia? Ini kuncinya sebetulnya ke depan adalah kolaborasi, bukan karena uang kurang, enggak. Uang enggak kurang sebetulnya itu, tinggal kolaborasi seluruh kementerian lembaga, programnya jelas.
Catat, uang enggak kurang ya teman-teman di sini semua.
Enggak, betul Pak. Ini kan yang sering dibilang Presiden, kita cerita penanganan stunting, 2 miliar beli telurnya, rapatnya 8 miliar gitu loh Pak. Itu yang terjadi kan begitu. Tinggal skemanya mau seperti apa. Apakah dia hibah, spending, belanja, atau memang pembiayaan. Atau pembiayaan dengan biaya murah dan seterusnya. Kalau dia default apa garantinya, itu saja. Mungkin itu dari kami Pak, yang perlu dibicarakan ke depan.
Thank you Pak Ismet. Silakan Bu Punto.
Terima kasih Pak. Jadi memang ya kita satu suara penting, kolaborasi itu penting. Karena memang ini tadi setiap stakeholder, setiap kementerian dan lembaga itu punya peran masing-masing di dalam ini tadi. Baik itu di dalam peningkatan UMKM, demikian juga dengan industri kreatif. Sehingga peran-peran ini juga harus jelas. Nah kalau di sisi perdagangan ini kan sebenarnya kan tidak pasti kalau tidak ada misalnya transaksi, kita itu kan harus ada hitung-hitungan. Ini yang paling penting, ini data. Karena kalau kita lihat tadi, saya belum sampaikan, tapi data yang bisa kita capture itu hanya di perdagangan barang kreatif. Sementara untuk jasanya sendiri ini tidak terlihat, sehingga sangat penting untuk mulai dipikirkan bagaimana pengkodean untuk industri kreatif itu sendiri, baik dari sisi jasa maupun juga untuk barangnya. Sehingga itu nanti hitung-hitungannya juga jelas. Sehingga nanti pasti ke pajak, kemudian ke keuangan negara itu semua juga akan lebih terlihat cost and benefitnya. Nah ini yang saya rasa juga cukup penting dan sampai sekarang ini sepertinya belum mengarah ke sana. Karena di data BPS pun juga tidak jelas sekali. Apalagi khususnya untuk yang sektor jasa ini termasuk untuk jasa kreatif. Nah sekali lagi ini merupakan satu industri yang sangat menjanjikan untuk mendorong perekonomian kita. Dan kita di Indonesia seperti disampaikan tadi Bapak-Bapak bahwa potensinya memang sangat besar gitu kan. Yang intangible-nya juga besar sekali yang masih bisa kita gali. Sehingga ini tentu perlu pemikiran khusus dan kerja bareng untuk mengedepankan dan memajukan industri kreatif kita.
Thank you Bu Punto. Semoga diskusi pagi ini menginspirasi Bu Punto juga untuk mendorong ini di Kementerian Ibu Bu ya. Gitu. Ya dong. Bu Kiki, monggo Bu.
Baik. Menurut saya tadi kita mulai this is the time kita ngomongin kolaborasi tapi dengan action dan memang perlu political will kalau menurut saya for the next government meletakkan posisi dari ekonomi kreatif ini sebagai sektor yang bisa menjadi penggerak ekonomi. Dan salah satu yang sudah saya sampaikan bahwa ada sistem framework yang perlu kita benahi di dalam baik pemerintahan maupun tadi si para pelaku industrinya juga. Ini untuk bersama-sama menyusun suatu framework yang bisa sesuai dengan karakter dari si industri kreatif. Pembiayaan sesuai karakter dari industri kreatif karena sebenarnya government ini tugasnya regulasi and then fasilitasi. Nah fasilitasi termasuk di aspek pembiayaan. Nah ini kalau saya sangat concern ke depan kalau tidak ada perubahan model pembiayaan dari pemerintah kita mungkin nggak bisa melakukan perubahan di dalam mendorong pengembangan ekonomi kreatif. Makasih.
Luar biasa. Again Bu Kiki, thank you so much untuk Bu Kiki dan teman-teman Kemenparekraf untuk sudah menjadi host dan wadah diskusi pagi ini ya, teman-teman ya, silakan closingnya Mbak Sarah.
Yang terakhir jadi.
Jangan lama-lama.
Enggak, jangan lama-lama, yes. Kesimpulannya adalah kalau saya mau ngambil contoh aja satu, lihat Jepang. Setelah Perang Dunia yang Kedua, after World War II, nobody wanted to have anything to do with Japan at that time. Indonesia sebagai salah satu yang dijajah secara brutal selama 3,5 tahun, kita bahkan driving Japanese people out waktu itu. Sekarang kita ada yang namanya Japan Fest. Cosplaynya pakai Sailor Moon. Samurai, pakainya kimono. How did that happen? Itu karena mereka secara consciously made a strategic decision by the nation to do cultural diplomacy as a soft power. Indonesia sayangnya belum sampai ke situ saat ini. Kita masih harus melakukan banyak PR. For those of you who are in the investment portfolio community, I will give one other example, South Korea. The investment they made into the industry of culture and creative economy as a whole for the content industry was $440 million. Sekali lagi, investasi yang dilakukan oleh negara Korea Selatan terhadap industri konten, IP, budaya dan ekonomi kreatif as a whole, $440 juta. Hasilnya yang mereka raup as revenue sebagai profit waktu itu 107 miliar $107 billion from 440 million that they invested into the IP industry created 107 billion $. So the money is there. We just need to make the system and to make sure the structure is there and the political will is there to push this as a new economic power for Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Sarah.
Boleh nggak semenit?
Oh, boleh Pak, boleh.
Semenit aja, semenit. Enggak, ini karena nyambung Korea saya langsung ini. Oke, saya cuma mau bilang 2 hal. Pertama, kalau ada yang bisa kita pelajari dari Korea, maka itu adalah konsistensi. Terus selama 25 tahun mereka bekerja. Pemerintahnya datang dan pergi, drama politiknya nggak kurang-kurang, presidennya ada yang masuk penjara dan seterusnya. Industri kreatifnya naik terus. Kenapa bisa begitu? Karena pelakunya yang pegang kendali. Ya, pemerintahnya bertugas melayani si pelaku. Ya, they are at the driver's seat. Ya, itu satu hal. Hal kedua adalah look at the bigger picture. Ya, kita ngomongin K-drama, terus kemudian K-pop dan segala macam. In the end of the day, today we are confronting, or the big thing is K-lifestyle. Jadi mereka nggak berhenti cuma ngomongin 1-2 produk, mereka ngomongin tentang keseluruhan cara hidup. So if we want to do that, gitu ya.
K360, ya.
Ya, di dalam konteks kehidupan kita sekarang, ada krisis iklim, ada ketimpangan sosial, all these problems in the world, Indonesia punya resources segalanya untuk menjawab tantangan itu. So let's do it. Put the pelaku on the driver's seat, pemerintahnya bisa mendukung, kasih investasi yang benar, 5 tahun insya Allah ini akan terbang.
Thank you Pak Hilmar, Pak Ismet, Bu Punto, Bu Kiki, dan Mbak Sarah. I'm not trying to encapsulate the discussion, but I'm really happy with this morning discussion as all of us, kita nggak jaim-jaim, nggak ada jaim-jaimnya gitu kan, belar aja gitu. So I really like this morning discussion, and thank you to all panelists, and I hope this morning discussion can inspire Bapak dan Ibu semua, dan pulang dengan amunisi di belakangnya bahwa there are chance for us to propel this industry. Terima kasih, selamat pagi dan sampai jumpa lagi.
Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada moderator kita, Bapak Gupta Sitorus, and thank you for all speakers for your valuable contribution. Terima kasih, kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke tempat Anda karena kita akan melanjutkan acara kita yaitu keynote session. Thank you for all speakers, Ibu Rahayu Saraswati, Ibu Rizky Handayani, Ibu Fajarini Punto Dewi, Bapak Ismet Saputra, Bapak Hilmar Farid, for your valuable contribution to be speakers to this IC Fest 2024. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the following keynote, special from a filmmaker who is an author and music manager. Keynote will focus on empowering the creative mind, leadership in talent development and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Simon Napier Bell.
In 1955, I was 15, wearing short trousers. And I was living in a very depressed Great Britain. It was post-war. It was very colorless. And kids had to do what they were told. They were even told what they were going to do when they would grow up. And the parents would tell them, their teachers would tell them. And there was no excitement in children's lives then. Though we even had rationing. If we wanted to buy some chocolate or candy, we went to a sweet shop. We had a card and they punched it, and then you couldn't buy any more sweets for another week. And there was no fashion. Kids had no idea of dressing themselves as they wanted to. There was rationing for fashion too. Parents would decide what you wanted to wear, and they'd take you to a shop every few months and again use a ration card. And there was no music. The music industry in the 1950s was aimed entirely, completely at adults, young marrieds, 25 to 40-year-olds. And the songs were all sentimental American songs. Sometimes there were English versions of the same songs. Teenagers had absolutely no interest in them at all. But then one young guy in England, off his own bat, made some records using just an acoustic guitar and a bass, double bass to accompany himself. Took them to a record company, and amazingly he got them to release one of his records. He was a guy called Lonnie Donegan, and the record was called Rock Island Line. And for some extraordinary reason, nobody knows why, it became an enormous hit. But not just a regular enormous hit, it was extraordinary because teenagers all over England absolutely loved this record. They loved it probably because he was young, and he was British, he wasn't American. And it was very simple. He just played acoustic guitar and there was a double bass. And somebody banged on a board to make some rhythm. And kids everywhere in England started copying him. There were very few acoustic guitars available in England. A lot of kids started making their own guitars in woodwork classes. And they'd make a double bass by putting a broomstick into a bucket and then putting a nail on each end and having one string which went along it so they could pluck it. And they'd borrowed their mother's washboard. That's the board you used to scrub your clothes on before the days of washing machines, and tap on it. And they call these groups skiffle groups. And it's a revolution, because between 1955 and 1957, it was estimated that 50,000 of these skiffle groups grew up in England, with the average age 14, 15, 16. And suddenly teenagers, there was a revolution. Teenagers were being creative. They were making their own music. And really, and this is the point which changed things, is the BBC, which was the government-run radio program, saw what was happening and introduced a radio program, Saturday Club, which was aimed specifically for teenagers who loved music. And they welcomed these skiffle groups onto this program. And it got an enormous listenership, 3 or 4 million, which no program for young people had ever got before. And they started competitions where kids could write their own songs. And so these kids in skiffle groups started writing their own songs. And this changed everything, because the music these skiffle groups had played was a copy of American folk blues, black folk blues. The original song, which is sung by the man who made the first, boy who made the first hit record, was a song by Leadbelly, who was an American black artist. And when they started writing their own lyrics, to these American-style rhythm and blues tracks they were playing, they started a new type of music altogether. The best of these groups started making some money because they were quite popular, and they exchanged their acoustic guitar for electric guitar, maybe their homemade bass for an electric bass, got rid of the washboard they were banging and bought proper drums. And this was the beginning of rock music. People think of rock music as something American. It really isn't American at all. Rock music came entirely from Britain. It evolved from these skiffle groups, and every single rock group you think you know of as being a major rock group, mainly British, came from this era. The first one to really happen in a big way, writing their own songs to this American-style music, was the Beatles. Now, we all know who the Beatles were, and when they went to America, they had incredible success. They had 5 or 10 songs in the top 100 at once. At one time, they had the number 1, 2, 3, or 4, and 5 in the top 10, completely unheard of. And the Americans wanted more. And when they wanted more, they went back to England looking for it, and they found all these other groups ready-made, oven-ready. They'd been skiffle groups since they were 14 or 15. They were now 18 or 19, good-looking young guys, playing extremely good, tight rhythm and blues music, but with British lyrics. The lyrics were with the experiences of British post-war teenagers, but the music was American rhythm and blues, black American blues. This combination was rock music, and the groups which came from it, every one of them, you know the names, the Rolling Stones, the Animals, the Yardbirds, the Trogs, the Kinks, the Beatles, all of them had started as skiffle groups playing on a guitar with a homemade bass. And from this came rock music, which became probably the 20th century's absolutely #1 new art form. A music industry today worth $60 billion a year. And it empowered all other young people in England, because when they saw these kids their own age going off to America and coming back at 23, 24 years old, millionaires, they all felt empowered to do something themselves, not necessarily become musicians, but to do the other things, whatever they had in mind. Some of them had dreamt of being doctors or lawyers or scientists or politicians, and perhaps had not had the backing of their teachers or their parents. But now when they saw other kids doing it, they said, I don't care, I'm going to try, I'm going to do it. And it was the start of a whole boom in British history. If you want to see the result of it, we jump forward to the 1980s, when all these 20, 25-year-old kids in the 60s had reached their mid-40s, their maximum earning power, their maximum point in the employment scale, and England had its biggest economic boom ever in history, all coming from encouraging young people to make music. Now, my benefit of that period was I became the manager of one of these groups. I became the manager of the Yardbirds, which was probably the top 3 group in the world at the time. There was the Rolling Stones and the Beatles and the Yardbirds. And so I got to manage this group and launch the careers of 2 of the greatest rock guitarists there ever were, Jimmy Page and Jeff Beck. And I managed and looked after them, but I was really not very experienced and not very successful at it. But by the time the 80s came, and I'd been a manager now for 20 years, I was pretty good at it. I'd learnt a lot. I'd learnt, for one thing, that nearly all performing artists come from a background where they're triggered to become performing artists, to have this passion for creating and performing on stage, usually by some traumatic experience in youth. I would say 90% of all the greatest performing artists we know had a really bad traumatic experience when they were young. Maybe a parent died or got divorced, a sibling died, they got some sort of abuse when they were children. All of them didn't get a certain amount of love they needed or wanted as a child and grew up looking for it. And usually the frantic desire to be on stage and have an audience and have them applaud you and respect you and love you is because of not having had that in youth. So I'd learnt a bit by then, and as a manager you have to deal with the problems that presents. Effectively, what we're saying is that art is a symptom of bad mental health, and managers dealing with artists have to deal with this very complex situation where if you send your artist to the best psychiatrist and he gives you the best drugs to help your mental health and they calm down, there'll be no creativity. And by this stage anyway, the artist will have learned to live with his own problems and own mental health and wants to be creative. So there's a very fine balance between helping your artist live comfortably in his mind and helping them be creative. By this stage, in the 80s, I had a new group to manage. They were called Wham. You've probably heard of Wham. Two young guys, George Michael and Andrew Ridgeley. They had a lot of hits. You probably know some of them. Wham Rap, I'm Your Man, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, Freedom, Last Christmas, Careless Whisper. They were a very successful group. But at this stage, they weren't. I came in at the beginning. They'd had 2 hits in England only, not in America. There were 2 very good-looking, great-looking guys, full of energy, and I signed them up, and I took them off to a dinner to discuss what they wanted to do going forwards from there. And one of them, George Michael, looked at me at the dinner table and said, "We want to be the biggest group in the world, the biggest group in America, and play in stadiums, and you've got a year to do it." Well, no one's ever done that. To break in America has never been done less than 3 or 4 years. The Beatles have been together 5 years before they broke in America. So it was quite a challenge. On the other hand, George was an absolute genius, both creatively, songwritingly, and in every way he understood the music industry. He had planned the career for how Wham would progress, which songs to write, which would take him from one audience to a bigger audience, to expand the audience, so that he wrote the early songs trying to get a young teenage audience who would sympathize with kids who are out of work or underprivileged. When he got that audience, he wrote Wham Rap. He did a wonderful video where the parents joined in the chorus, and parents all thought, oh, we like this kid too. He slowly moved things forward, till with Careless Whisper, he brought in the audience who really wanted a big sentimental song. He's a very, very clever, shrewd songwriter. But he wanted to be the biggest group in the world, and it was a very slow job. In America, you can't rush. In those days, there was no national press. It was pre-MTV. There wasn't a way you could let the whole of America know about a new artist quickly. But I had an idea. It was an audacious idea, I've got to admit. I thought, just possibly, if we could make Wham the first group ever to play in communist China, it would make an enormous amount of news all over the world, a staggering amount of news. And that would jump them forwards. We could get them there. I might even make it in 1 year or at least 18 months like they'd asked for. And so I flew to Beijing and amazingly managed to get myself a meeting with a very junior under-minister. And I sat down and talked to him about investment in China. Now, I'd read recently in the Sunday Times in England that China was trying very hard to increase the amount of foreign investment coming into the country and was finding it very difficult. They wanted to modernize, they wanted to change, they wanted to rebuild the country, but foreign investment was coming slowly. So I said to him, do you know, the best way you could ever get the world to believe that you're really changing, that you're really serious about opening up, would be to invite a foreign young pop group to come and play in Beijing. Everybody in the world knows that young people are subversive. Even in their own countries, young people, they don't like the older generation. They don't like the way things are done. They want to rush things. They want to do things their way. They undermine society a bit, and we like that in the West. We think it's good. We encourage young people. Now, I know you don't do that here, and I don't care about that, but if you invite that group to come and play here, or a group to come and play here, you'll find that the whole world believes you when you say you're opening up. They were not sure of what I said, and I had to go back a few times. In fact, I went to Beijing every month for 15 months. Every month I saw more and more men. I used to buy them lunch, and I bought them a very good lunch, and I think they talked to each other about how good the lunches were, so each time I went back, I got a few more ministers. And bit by bit, I began to be talking to the ministers who might have some say in something like this, a cultural exchange, a cultural event. But the real problem was, there was only one problem who was ever going to say yes to this, and that was Deng Xiaoping, who was the head of China, the chairman of the Communist Party, perhaps the second or third most powerful person in the entire world. So the whole concept of what I was doing was ridiculously audacious. However, I used to fly back to London each time, continue my work with Wham. They would get hit after hit. George turning about, never letting me down, or always coming up with a new hit, until they'd had 5 number ones in America. And he said, surely, Simon, we are the biggest group in the world now. We can play a stadium tour. But when we talked to American promoters, they said, no, you're not really big enough. It would be empty. You wouldn't draw the audience. You're really not known enough right across America. And that was just about coincided with my 15th visit to Beijing. And after lunch on that day, one of the ministers, he was the Minister for Youth, the head of the Chinese Youth Federation, said, come back to my office with me. And he took me back to the office, and on his desk in the office was a red phone. And everybody knew red phones only went to one place. They went to Deng Xiaoping, the head of China. And he picked it up. I'm sure it was a pre-arranged call. He picked it up and he talked very briefly for about 30 seconds. And he put the phone down and said to me, you're invited, your group is invited to come and play a concert in China at the Workers' Stadium on April the 7th. Amazing, amazing thing to pull off. I couldn't believe it. Oh, don't clap yet. I flew back to London. I told my secretary, call a press conference tomorrow. We're going to announce to the world we're going to do it. I called George and Andrew. I said, come to dinner. I've got great news for you. We sat down to dinner and I said, I've done it. I've pulled it off. We're invited to play in China, and next month we're going to play a concert in China. And George said, I don't want to do it. I've changed my mind. I don't want to do that. It's not the right thing to do. So, well, it wasn't a very good dinner, I have to admit. But Andrew and I argued and argued and argued. And finally, at the end of the dinner, George said, he said, okay, I'll do it, he said, but there's got to be no journalists, no photographers, no just nothing. 4 weeks later, we came to Beijing, and when they bounced out on stage, 16,000 people in the audience. None of them knew who Wham were. They'd all the people who'd done best in their farming the month before, or who had come number one in the factory. They'd been given tickets. But the front 2,000, normally the front 2,000 people in the stadium sat, all the seats had been removed, and there were 300 television crews, film crews, journalists, reporters from all over the world, except China, by the way. The Chinese kept this completely under wraps. Nobody in China even knew this was happening, but everywhere else in the world they did. And during that week in America, Wham were on ABC, NBC, CBS News, every hour, on the hour, 24/7. And just 1 week later, I was back in America, and we were booking a stadium tour. We pulled off exactly what George had asked for. And 2 months after that, we went and played a stadium tour, 90,000 to 100,000 people. It wasn't a year, it was actually 20 months since George said you have a year to do it. And at the end of the concert in Los Angeles, and it had been an astonishing success, everything sold out, Elton John burst into the dressing room, rushed up to the two guys, George and Andrew, and said, oh, you bastards, you said, it took me 5 years to break America, and you've done it in 2 years. And George turned to me and said, 2 years? You see, Simon, you failed. Well, so much for difficult artists. But back in Beijing, they felt differently. I went to Beijing the month after the Beijing event. And, I went to there a year after the Beijing event. And it was astonishing. This city, which had been extremely dull, had no high-rise buildings. It was 6 avenues each direction wide, and the buildings along the side of these roads were constant 5-story buildings. It was every single road in Beijing back in the 80s looked like a huge prison yard, completely deserted, nobody there, everyone wearing Chairman Mao suits. I went back a year after the concert, and it was quite astonishing. It looked like a building site. The whole of Beijing, everywhere you looked, there were new buildings going up. There was the banging of piles being driven, of earth being moved, of cranes going around. It was astonishing. And I went to see the minister, who'd been the person who had invited that trip. And he said, from the day of that concert till now, He said foreign investment in China has increased 3 times, and it continued like that for the next 10 years. And today, 40 years later, the total investment into Beijing for the construction of buildings and infrastructure is 1.7 trillion. So I don't really want to take credit for that, but it was good to be there at the beginning. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Simon, for your insightful keynote. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to the next special keynote with the topic Empowering Creators Through Policy and Infrastructure Development, which will be delivered by the head of the Committee of Digital and Creative Economy Indonesia Chamber of Commerce, Kadin, Mr. Ricky Pese. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologize to delay your lunchtime because I have the keynote speech, but because of the audience, I think mostly Indonesian, and I think you heard English-speaking language a lot, so I will mix my presentation keynote with Indonesia and English. So I will translate with bilingual presentation, but I make it short. Can I have my, okay, given the topics about this empowering creators through policies and infrastructure development, I don't know what we have to talk about the policy on infrastructure especially. I will not present the pictures, beauty picture or any video, mostly only text, because I think the weight on these topics on infrastructure actually lies on the policy, like like what previous panel was discussed and curhat about in the development of creative economy in Indonesia. So let me remind the fundamental law for creative economy that we already established through Undang-Undang Ekonomi Kreatif or Creative Economy Law number 24 that was established in 2019. So this is the definition. This should be our guideline, our mercusuar actually, for our policy, for our development program, including the planning for creative economy. So I think this is the strongest definition that we have, and it's not too different with UK definition on creative economy, with UNESCO definition on creative economy, with UNCTAD definition on creative economy, and also with South Korea, Japan, and everywhere else in the world. So there's two keywords, dua kata kunci utama di creative economy yang menurut saya menyebabkan creative economy, term creative economy eksis di global economy sekarang, di landscape ekonomi global sekarang, dan juga menjadi fondasi berdekade-dekade yang lalu di industri kreatif dunia, yaitu kekayaan intelektual or intellectual property and value added. What that mean value added is economic value added. So the job of creative economy, I think the vision, the mission, and everything in the creative economy sectors is about how to create value added for the intellectual property. Now we having very huge problem when we're talking about. We have to admit that we are having a big homework regarding intellectual property, because we don't have any authority on the intellectual property. The department that responsible to the development on creative economy, including to other aspects, have less authority, far less compared to other institution, which is now in Indonesia is under Kemenkumham, right? There's a Director General, Deputy Minister for Intellectual Property in Ministry of Law, not in the creative economy or in the trade ministry. So that's the I just got back from Philippines last year, invited by Department Trade and Industries, which is looking after for the creative economy sectors in Philippines. Apparently, the IP office is under Department Trade and Industry, that looking after the creative economy. So it's more, I said, oh, you work easier than us, I said to them. Apparently, so it's more easier when they want to create the new ecosystem on monetizing intellectual property, which is become the core of the creative economy industry, I think. So, but this is the global, I think the global issue. The creative industry has been there, like 200, since the modern era of civilization, I think starting from when Walt Disney was established in US, and this Hollywood industry starting in US, even for art is back then like for example, Venice Art Biennale has been there for 125 years, representing contemporary art from across the world in Venice every 2 years. So the creative industry has been there long time, but the capitalization of intellectual property also, I think, is more than 50 years already. So we are not new. And nowadays, actually the creative industry is become more dominant in the global economy. So we can show. I just showed two facts that creative economy, world creative economy, this is the measurement doing by PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, in 2015. And the number is no different with the latest report by UNESCO for creative and culture industries in 2019. This is 20% larger than German economy total. And what really amazed me is 2.5 times larger than the world military expenditure. World military expenditure. That the creative industry contribute to the global economy 2.5 times bigger than how each country is spending buying military expenditure. See? And they contribute, create multiplier effect, and it's very inclusive. Compared to, and also it's 230% bigger than oil export by the whole OPEC members. So we can see how big actually the creative industry, but point is, now is not a decade later, but it's now like 25 tahun lagi sesudahnya, kreatif ekonomi atau kreatif industri belum jadi major atau arus utama dalam penciptaan kebijakan global ekonomi. Tidak di WTO, tidak di World Bank, tidak di World Economic Forum, tidak di G20, tidak di G7. No. They're not yet consider creative industry as the major economy. Dan kita jadi bisa membayangkan, kalau tadi di panel sebelumnya ada sedikit curhat gitu tentang kebijakan fiskal dan keuangan negara kita yang belum berpihak pada industri kreatif, ya nggak usah di kita, global aja belum gitu kan. Nah, Ini jadi PR kita bersama. Tapi kalau kita lihat potensinya, tapi kan tadi dikasih contoh oleh teman-teman di panel sebelumnya, bagaimana Korea invest, bagaimana Cina invest sekarang. Dan sebenarnya fakta yang lebih menakjubkan, bagaimana Jepang invest dari sejak hampir 100 tahun yang lalu gitu ya kan. Sebenarnya ada fakta yang lebih ini boleh next slide sebentar saya ini, tapi ntar saya lanjutkan. Ada fakta menarik, Bapak Ibu, the facts and figures, saya nggak kasih lihat slide-nya, tapi saya sampaikan saja bahwa perhitungan global media revenue based on licensing dari IP dunia, dari 5 top 5, 3 is Japan IP. The number 1 is Pokemon, yang revenue-nya dalam waktu 1 tahun hampir setengah APBN kita. Revenue one company, Pokemon, ya kan? The second one, apa itu ya? Yang Hello Kitty, the second one. Terus ada Sailor Moon. Pokoknya ya, baru ada Marvel, DC Comics, dan lain-lain. Jadi Jepang makanya tenang-tenang saja. Dan kalau kita tahu sekarang, dan kalau kita ke Korea, ke Seoul gitu, ke Busan, atau kita ke Cina, ke Beijing, ke Chengdu, ke Shanghai, mereka tahu ini, fakta ini, dan mereka melakukan sebuah persiapan yang gila-gilaan. Korea Selatan menyadari how they lost to capitalize their IP yang sudah global sekarang, compare to Japan. Karena semua orang masih Pokemon. Nah, kemarin masih lari-lari sama Pokemon kan teman-teman di PIK gitu kan. Jadi ini fakta yang menarik ya. Ini PR kita bersama. Nah, kalau kita lihat framework ya, mungkin kita mesti geser framework policy karena ini sebenarnya our current policy frameworks on creative economy in Indonesia now, based on sectors. I don't know if this is implemented or not, but from the organization structure, actually we're trying to adopt the ecosystem models, which is research, education, access to finance. They're still there in this organization structure in Kemenparekraf, right? And also we still stick on this value chains. That's very important actually when we're talking about the competition, when we benchmark about especially for the global market and domestic market, about the creation, production, distribution, consumption, conservation, and this is the biggest thing. So, and our indicators still GDP, employment, and export. Next slide, please. Next slide. I think I skipped. So, but if the aspiration from previous panel regarding the future of creative economy, in terms of policy, probably this is what we need to consider. We need a very significant step in order to become the important player in global map, especially in the market, because entering the market ecosystem, global market ecosystem is not very easy. It's really, really tough competition. So we need to be prepared, because South Korea, for example, it took them 20 years to become consistently doing it. And even they didn't bring their character. In 2015, I have the opportunity to have a meeting with the president of Korean creative content agencies. I remember back then, we asking him to explain to us why that K-pop, that basically nothing related to Korean culture, their music, Their music just universal. Even we cannot differentiate with the Hollywood music from US international music. But they have their dance, they have this beautiful face for Asian. And what the Coca people said that that's not our responsible to promote Korean culture. That's another agency job. There's a culture Korean agency that's not different with Coca. They said this is based on our global research. What the consumer want outside South Korea. What kind of music they want, they like. So we adopt to what consumer want. So we ask them then, there's no any protest inside South Korea? No, that's not our job. Like for example, suddenly when we have musician become a global player in the, and then everybody keep asking, can you put gamelan? Can you put that? Can you put that? No, that's not the point actually. When we want to conquer the global market, so that's it. So what is it? I think what we need right now, learning from benchmarking from other countries, benchmarking from what the industry nowadays. I think we really desperately need the new way to measure. And in order to do this, I think we need a new direction to measure the creative economy in Indonesia. And that's unavoidable. We have to make the measurement based on IP. And follow through. What is our problem is we are very bad to measure the multiplier effect. I think this industry is always talking about this, the multiplier effect economy. So that's, is there any measurement how one bankrupt island called Belitung, that's practically a bankrupt island actually, when the pins dropped back then. Then suddenly 20 years ago, there's one box office movie based on the bestseller called Laskar Pelangi. And then it's changed the landscape of tourism dramatically. Is there any measurement how Laskar Pelangi contribute because of one movie? Only one movie. I know for a fact, before Laskar Pelangi become box office movie, there's only 2 flights a week from Jakarta to Belitung Island. But after Laskar Pelangi box office, there's 20 flights a day from Jakarta. Previously, there's no 5-star hotel. Even there's no 3-star hotel in Belitung Island. But now, you name it, there's Sheraton, Marriott, every big hotel chain was there. What's the reason? Only because one movie. That's watched only by, what, 5 million people across Indonesia. Can you imagine if we have more screen like in South Korea and we have the Laskar Pelangi movie become box office with 20 million people, or like today's 10 million people? Probably the economy will become higher. That's one example. So we need a new, a lot of new thing. And especially for intellectual property. Probably we need some dramatic step to consolidate all the authority of intellectual property into one roof. Collective management intellectual property that can have the ability to monetize, to market our IP. Otherwise, we're going nowhere. In game industry, like what Ibu Sarah said previously, we are big. We are big player, but as a vendor, not the IP owner. But if you measure our game IP, it's still small. But the market is huge. We contribute a lot to the global game industry, money, player. But how big if the IP not belong to us, and we cannot have a better ecosystem to monetize our IP instead. And this is, I think, what really, really important as a priority for our policy in the future. Next slide, please. So, next slide. So, in terms of policy development, I think there's 5 points that I think I have to emphasize on this. Probably we should starting to become more flexible about the sectors, because intellectual property nowadays in the new landscape of creative industry, there's no borders between sectors. There's no borders. We have to make it very inclusive to any idea starting from any sectors, enable to be expand. It can start from a song, become the bestseller in the book, or it's from the book, become the very famous song and very box office film, movie, or even become merchandise, design, huge. For example, one IP from Japan called Hello Kitty, they don't have movie, they don't have series, they don't have program in audiovisual. But that's number 2 biggest IP revenue in Japan. By licensing their characters and creating merchandise everywhere and distribute it well. Tap into the global market with the right way to distribute. I think that there's they're not using the series. Pokemon still using movies, series, and even licensing to Hollywood. But Hello Kitty, you ever watch mini-series of Hello Kitty? No, there's no in television. No movie, nothing. But how they develop the character and the IP into many merchandise, stationeries for the kids, and everything is very well designed. And that's why I said the second is IP-based, like what I said earlier, and of course bottom-up strategy, because like what Pak Hilmar said, we have to give the opportunity to the industry to, and of course new progressive incentive schemes. So that's what. It's very difficult. We need to have a dramatic change, measurement, new evaluation about how we can give. For example, like in the location. Up till today, I still hear people asking, why Hollywood never have shooting in Indonesia? Our country is beautiful. We have better scenery compared to Thailand, compared to everywhere. No, because we don't have cashback policy. Everywhere in the world, when they want to shoot, the first thing they ask, how many % you have for cashback? And how easy for us to reimburse our cashback, right? They don't care about the scenery. What they care about, how much money I can save on production in order to promote your country also. through my movie. That's what happened everywhere. Game of Thrones is the sample. Even Crazy Rich Asian shoot in Malaysia, not in Singapore, even though the story about Singapore, because Malaysia give 25% cashback, and Singapore don't have this cashback. But the investor is coming from Singapore Film Fund for Crazy Rich Asian. That's how they calculate. It's very clever, you know, because the Singapore Film Fund was established by government of Singapore as a venture capital on film for their government money. They don't have film industry, right? So you invest everywhere. Even the story about us, if other country can give bigger cashback, go shoot there. But the profit goes back to us. That's what the way they did. So, and like I said, we need to reevaluate our measurement system, because this industry actually, even though some people said creative, but it's actually a data-driven industry. We are depend on creating new algorithm based on the data we have in order to tap into market, to be appealing to the new market nowadays. So, can we go next slide, please? I think I'm closing the. So to discuss this, when I'm giving this title of infrastructure, then my point is, infrastructure is not about physical things anymore. We need, especially in Indonesia, where we have a lot of existing infrastructure that not yet capitalized. Why we have to building a new one? And that's the biggest question in policy on infrastructure. So I think our homework for infrastructure development is empowering existing our asset. And the most important thing actually, after traveling across Indonesia for the creative economy development, is the capacity building. We need people who can manage for the creative people in that area. The management, governance. So, the biggest challenge in the creative economy for us, in conclusion, I said, is not about how to create, but it's about how to govern. And in the private sector called management term. And it's not about creativity, because like what people said, we have a lot of diversity, culture, everything, but governance. How we can create a better and stronger governance for the creative industry sectors in order to make it bigger. Like, we have a lot of things. Even I remember the Director General of Culture just launched his podcast, said that Korea is relatively homogen compared to us. We are more diverse, right? 1,000. Yeah, I agree. But how we can monetize this? Like sound, Hilmar mentioned about SoundCloud. How many traditional instrument we have across Indonesia, from Aceh to Papua Island? And how many billion sound that we can sell actually, if we can manage the data and sell it through the digital economy platform. So that's the opportunity. So this is the recommendation we have, and so I think I just echoing the same things. Data infrastructure is more on data and sustainability, and it's already discussed on the previous panel is about the multi-year support. Next. I think I finish my last slide. Next slide, please. So my point is, empowering creators through policy and infrastructure development is not about the physical building. It's about new business management or governance and new approach to our market demand. So in order to have the physical infrastructure, we have to have a clear vision that what we want to do to tapping into the market. So, like for example, this is a very cheap one. Just, they're still there in Senayan City, in Jakarta Illustrators Kreatif and Art Fair. There's called Indonesian Heritage Agency creating a mobile shop. But it's not about the building. This is actually to cater a new approach from museums and heritage sites. We have a new approach to market our museums and cultural sites by collaborating with, this is the beginning, with 7 Indonesian illustrators to respond to each of our assets and translate it into their creative way and sell it as an art print, merchandise, and everything. And we have the scheme about the intellectual property share between artists and the organizer. So this is to accommodate. So we find a new way to distribute, because asking people to visit museum, especially younger generation, is more easier if we approach them by what they like. Now art print is a new landscape in the art Indonesian market. A huge one, big one. Almost every month in Jakarta alone, there's always art print market. And the second one, next Sunday will be announced. That's the first MotoGP experience gallery in the world, and it's a forerunner for MotoGP museum. And this is the creating an immersive and interactive experience. But the background is, we are not actually having, the background is, because we're paying MotoGP huge money for hosting fee, and we only have event 3 days, actually practically 2 days a year. So how we have other revenue streaming from the huge money we pay every year, 11 million euro every year just for licensing fee. So we asked them, you have to give us access to your all audiovisual documentation from each of racer, and then we create the interactive experience with the creative industry also. So it creates the opportunity for us to have daily revenue streaming from what we paid for MotoGP, 24/7 opportunity for another revenue streaming for industry. So probably the next 3 or 4 years, we don't ask for Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, please can you help us to pay this hosting fee for Dorna company. So that's my closing. So infrastructure policy and infrastructure not about physical thing. And I think one of the example, if we want to connect our budget relating to the physical infrastructure, is better for us not building a new one, but just facilitate and help the creative economy player all across Indonesia that need to upgrade and scale up their facility. So thank you very much.
Mr. Ricky Pese, thank you so very much for your fruitful keynote. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for those participants who need the material of presentation of our speakers, please download the presentation material through this QR code that will be shown on screen. And Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are headed to lunch time and Zuhur prayer. So we will continue our session at 1 p.m. sharp. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, kita akan break sejenak, kurang lebih 30 menit, kita akan melanjutkan acara kita pada pukul 1 siang nanti. Selamat beristirahat. Thank you.
space has taken on a new meaning. The cheers have gotten loud. We know that creative content
kebangetan sambat belas rawono perhatian. Jelas ku butuh hatimu, ku butuh awakmu. Kok kebangetan loro ati iki tambarno karo tanggo latihan. Soleh wes soleh gantimu, wes ra kaco aku. Mergo wes tau jeru. Suwe-suwe wegah nuruti kekarepanmu sansaya bubrah. Biyen wis tak wanti-wanti ojo ngasih lali, tapi kenyataannya pergi. Jaga aku nuruti angan-anganmu, sakabehane wis tak turuti, tapi malah blenjani. Budal malah tak tutuhi dalane, metu kono belok kiri lurus wae. Rasanya sepionmu sing marai ati tambah bebani. Biar aku jek betah, suwe-suwe wegah nuruti kekarepanmu samsaya bubrah. Biyen wis tak wanti-wanti ojo sampe lali, tapi kenyataannya pergi. Janjimu ambro jaga aku nuruti angan-anganmu, sakabehane wis tak turuti, tapi malah blenjani. Budal malah tak tutuhi dalane, metu kono belok kiri lurus wae. Rasanya wong sepionmu sing marai ati tambah bebani. jelas di mataku, warna-warna indahmu, menatap langkahmu, meratapi kisah hidupku. Terlihat jelas bahwa hatimu anugerah terindah yang pernah ku miliki. Sifatmu nan selalu redakan ambisiku, tepikan kilapku dari bunga yang layu. Saat kau di sisiku, kembali dunia ceria, tegaskan bahwa kamu anugerah terindah yang pernah ku
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be prepared and sit according to your name because we will start the next session in 5 minutes. Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be prepared and sit according to your name because we will start the next session in 5 minutes.
Jarimu, sejuk tatap wajahmu, hangat peluk janjimu, anugerah terindah yang pernah ku miliki. Jarimu, sejuk tatap wajahmu, hangat peluk janjimu, belai lembu jarimu, sejuk tatap wajahmu, hangat peluk janjimu, anugerah terindah yang pernah ku miliki.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IC Fest 2024. And to start our session this afternoon, we will have a special performance from one of Kata Kreatif Indonesia. This is a monumental dance, the pride of the Buleleng community, which is originates from and is reinterpreted from Kebiar Legong, the work of Pan Wonders. Bung Karno gave it a title which means a dashing young man. Please welcome Taruna Jaya Dance.
Taruna Jaya Dance, thank you so very much. What a wonderful performance. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, selamat siang dan kembali kami ucapkan selamat datang dalam IC Fest 2024. Saya sengaja ini berjalan-jalan ke depan karena di tangan kiri saya ini ada voucher yang akan kita bagikan kepada teman-teman yang beruntung di siang hari ini. Ada voucher Trans Studio Mini, kemudian ada juga voucher gelato, voucher tiket masuk Waterworld, dan voucher bermain di Time Zone. Nah, wow, yang punya anak langsung seneng banget ya Ibu ya. Oke, silahkan langsung saja angkat tangan akan saya pilih ya. Waduh Ibu, belum sampai Ibu. Baik, kalau gitu kan ini yang perdana masih banyak, jangan khawatir. Nanti ya Mbak ya. Oke, saya ajak ke depan Ibu. Yuk, ikut-ikut saya yuk. Oke. Panitia mungkin bisa kasih mic dong. Di sini Ibu, di sini Ibu. Kenapa Bu deg-degan udah disuruh maju di sini? Lightingnya terlalu slow. Oke, Ibu perkenalkan namanya siapa, dari mana?
Perkenalkan nama saya Deti, saya berasal dari Kaliurang.
Ibu Deti dari Kaliurang?
Iya Kaliurang.
Kesini naik apa Ibu?
Naik bis.
Naik bis?
Iya naik bis.
Iya baik Ibu, mungkin boleh dong Ibu cerita di sini bagaimana rasanya mengikuti acara IC Fest 2024 ini. Ceritakan ke teman-teman semua yang ada di sini ya.
Saya berterima kasih atas kesempatan untuk mengikuti acara ini, IC Fest 2024. Ternyata acaranya luar biasa dan semoga nanti ke depannya ada lagi acara seperti ini lagi yang banyak mengundang UMKM seperti kami ini.
Baik Ibu Deti, mungkin ada masukan untuk acara ini?
Mungkin tidak ada masukan ya, sudah
Sudah
luar
keren
biasa.
banget ya, very cool ya.
Senang banget karena sudah mengikuti acara ini. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Deti.
Ya.
Selamat mengikuti acara. Jangan lupa terus ikuti acara IC Fest 2024 karena kegiatannya itu banyak banget dari tanggal 26 sampai 28 besok. Ada film, ada musik, dan masih banyak lagi yang lainnya ya.
Siap.
Selama 3 hari diikutin ya Bu ya.
Ya, terima
baik.
kasih.
Jangan lupa di post di story, di Instagram, di Facebook, dan di media platform lainnya.
Iya.
Baik, terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Ibu Deti.
Foto dulu.
Ya, foto dulu. Oke, baik Ibu. Siap. Selamat Ibu Deti, nanti panitia akan memberikan voucher kepada Ibu. Dan ini saya akan mengambil lagi satu peserta di sini yang saya minta untuk testimoni, tapi kalau tadi kan ibu-ibu ya. Sekarang yang muda-muda dong, mungkin yang cowok ada nggak nih di sini yang muda cowok? Oke, Mas siapa tuh Mas? Sini Mas. Kok nengok ke belakang? Hah? Kenapa? Merasa diri tua? Ayo Mas, maju ya Mas. Ayo teman-temannya diajak dong ke depan. Kalau nggak mau kita kasih ke yang lain ya. Nggak mau beneran ya? Oke mau. Oke sini Mas. Iya kita bergabung di sini biar kelihatan di kamera ya Mas ya. Ini ditonton sama Pak Sandiaga loh ya. Oke. Baik, Mas siapa? Boleh diperkenalkan namanya, dari mana?
Saya Mas Putra dari sini, mahasiswa sini.
Dari sini, mahasiswa mana?
UGM.
Iya, fakultas apa?
Vokasi.
Ya, jurusan apa?
Teknologi Rekayasa Internet.
Teknologi Rekayasa Internet. Pinter IT dong. Iya. Oke, kalau gitu Mas boleh dong kasih testimoni tentang kegiatan kita di IC Fest 2024 ini. Mungkin Mas sudah lihat-lihat belum tuh tadi? Udah muter-muter belum?
Iya, sudah.
Ya, boleh ceritain ini ke teman-teman.
Cukup menarik ya di sini. Kayak banyak stand-stand yang menarik, ada game-game, dapat hadiah. Ya kira-kira ya serunya ketemu Pak Sandiaga.
Ketemu Pak Sandiaga tadi udah foto belum?
Udah
Udah,
foto.
wah seneng banget ya tentunya ya. Terus mungkin ada yang ingin disampaikan ke teman-teman semuanya di sini, terutama mahasiswa-mahasiswa di UGM mungkin ya, mungkin bisa diajak untuk ikut acara ini.
Oh ya, boleh yang kira-kira nganggur, nggak ada kuliah.
Nganggur, kayaknya nggak ada mahasiswa UGM yang nganggur setahu aku loh Mas.
Ya maksudnya yang yang nggak ada, aku lagi nggak ada kuliah, boleh kesini lihat stand-stand. Seru banget, siapa tahu bisa ketemu Pak Sandiaga Uno lagi.
Oke, kalau gitu satu lagi. Saya pengen nanya ke Mas. Kira-kira apa aja stand yang ada di sini yang sudah Mas datengin? Dan mungkin acara-acara apa saja yang tadi sudah saya announce ya, itu apa aja?
Mungkin tadi saya baru lihat Wonder BNI.
Wonder BNI, itu apa aja Mas?
Di sana tadi ada kayak games buat dapat tumbler.
Games buat dapat tumbler, gamesnya asik nggak ya?
Sebelumnya belum main sih tadi.
Oh belum main,
Baru
nanti
lihat.
mainnya habis ini ya.
Iya.
Oke,
Iya,
terus apa lagi?
Tadi sebenarnya baru yang di sana doang sih kayak kopi C28 coffee.
Coffee.
Yang C28 yang baru di Jogja. Terus tadi masuk ke sana ada stand-stand kayak motor Harley,
Ya,
custom, Jogja custom, dan kerajinan-kerajinan kayak gitu. Seru banget pokoknya.
Seru banget ya.
Seru banget.
Ya, selamat ya untuk mengikuti semua aktivitas yang ada di IC Fest 2024. Oke, kalau gitu boleh dong ya panitia untuk memberikan voucher kepada Mas siapa tadi?
Mas Putra.
Mas Putra. Ya, oke Mas Putra silahkan menuju ke sana ya. Masih mau bagi-bagi hadiah lagi nggak Mas? Masih nambah lagi? Oke, siap. Tadi sudah ada 2, sekarang 1 lagi ya. Siapa ya yang di sini? Aduh, saya boleh deh kasih kesempatan buat Mbak yang di belakang tadi. Sudah 3 kali angkat tangan. Boleh Mbak yang di belakang yang pakai hijab? Iya. Yuk. Terima kasih Ibu. Ibu juga cantik sekali loh. Saya kedengaran dari sini nih. Terima kasih. Baik Mbak, silahkan untuk hadir ke depan. Kita masih banyak sekali voucher yang akan dibagikan tentunya di acara spesial kita pada hari ini dan masih akan berlangsung hingga tanggal 28 September besok. Kita di sana lagi ya Mbak ya, biar kelihatan ya. Boleh kasih mic Mas Panitia? Sudah? Oke, boleh. Baik, Mbak dari mana? Perkenalkan namanya juga. Bisa? Cek, hidup Mbak.
Terima kasih. Perkenalkan nama saya Tuska. Saya berasal
Tuska.
dari Papua Barat.
Wow, jauh, boleh tepuk tangannya dong. Dari Papua, kapan datang ke sini?
Udah sebulan yang lalu.
Memang
Udah
di...
2 minggu.
Kenapa?
Sudah 2 bulan.
Oh 2 bulan. Terus mungkin Mbak bisa ceritakan bagaimana rasanya ikut acara IC Fest 2024 ini dong ke teman-teman semuanya di sini.
Acara ini sangat menarik. Kita mendapat informasi-informasi penting dan menambah wawasan.
Informasi penting apa yang dianggap paling menarik untuk Mbak?
Apa ya?
Siapa nih mungkin narasumber Mbak Tuska yang dirasa paling Mbak Tuska interest?
Pak Menteri ya.
Pak Menteri dong ya. Tadi dengerin pantunnya juga kan ya?
Iya.
Suka pantun juga nggak?
Bagaimana Mbak?
Suka berpantun juga nggak? Oke deh, baik terima kasih. Mungkin Mbak Tuska boleh memberikan masukan untuk kami dalam acara IC Fest ini, boleh silahkan.
Mungkin ke depannya ada bisa diadakan lagi event-event ini. Luar biasa pokoknya event ini.
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Tuska.
Ya, sama-sama.
Kita akan bagikan pula voucher kepada Mbak Tuska. Terima kasih banyak sudah bergabung di IC Fest 2024 ini. Jangan lupa terus ikuti segala aktivitasnya, kunjungi semua booth, tenan, dan juga stand yang ada. Dan ini masih akan berlangsung hingga tanggal 28 September besok. Ya, baik. Terima kasih, selamat
terima kasih
mengikuti
kembali.
acara selanjutnya. Saat lagi kita semuanya akan mengikuti pemaparan dari para pemateri. Jadi Bapak Ibu semuanya kami mohon untuk segera mempersiapkan diri. Masih banyak sekali kursi-kursi yang kosong yang berada di baris-baris depan. Boleh sekali kalau Bapak Ibu menghendaki kenyamanan dalam mengikuti acara ini, silahkan bisa duduk di kursi-kursi baris terdepan. Terima kasih.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IC Fest 2024. And before we continuing to the program, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all sponsors who have supported this event. Thank you to Gelanggang Inovasi and Kreativitas UGM, Wonder by BNI, Garena, Aiger, Juragan 99, Amarta, AIS, Sinarmas, Sinergi, Kiskas, Ambarukmo, Artotel, dan Heha Forest. Thank you so very much. And without further ado, let's step to the next session, panel discussion on the topic, innovative funding scheme for the creative industry. Our speakers, Mr. Samarsia, Country Director Indonesia and Southeast Asia, Lead British Council. Ms. Linasari Santioso, Vice President Investment and Corporate Strategy of IDEO Shorts Entertainment. Mr. Shihab Ansari Ashar, Senior Operations Officer, International Finance Corporation. Ms. Catherine Tadros, Chief Representative, Quebec Government Office in Singapore. Mr. Ali Haji, Senior Executive Investment and Portfolio Manager of GTA International Holding Qatar. And our moderator of this panel discussion, Mr. Hajar Hutomo, Senior Advisor from Tourism Crisis Management. We would like to invite all speakers and moderator to come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Fajar Hutomo. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all speakers to join moderator on stage. Once again, we invite all speakers to join on stage. Mr. Samarsia, Ms. Linasari Santioso, Mr. Shihab Ansari Ashar, Ms. Catherine Tadros, Mr. Ali Haji. And now we hand over the session to Mr. Fajar Hutomo. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak MC. Good day, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini adalah saat-saat yang sangat challenging karena setelah makan siang, mungkin agak-agak ngantuk dikit ya. Tapi moga-moga, I hope we ready for the discussion, the fireside chat. Oke, menyala abangku gitu ya, fireside. Ini sangat menarik temanya. There is so interesting topic that we will talk about today. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this insightful fireside chat on innovative funding scheme for creative industry. My name is Fajar Hutomo and I serve as a senior advisor for Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy for crisis management. Today we gather to explore the dynamic and ever-evolving landscape of the creative economy, creative industry. The creative industry has become a key driver global economic growth, sparking innovation, generating employment, and enriching cultural diversity. However, Creative venture often encounter significant hurdles when seeking sustainable funding or sustainable financing. The industry intangible assets such as intellectual property, design, and media content do not fit neatly into traditional financing models, making it difficult for creators to secure capital through conventional means. This session will explore innovative financial models designed to address the unique funding challenges faced by the creative sector or creative endeavor. As the industry expands, traditional funding approaches frequently overlook its intangible asset. So the discussion will focus on various diverse funding streams, including public grants, private investment, corporate partnership, and emerging models like crowdfunding and blockchain or tokenization. Experts, all our speakers here will provide insights into how creative entrepreneurs can access financial support, what investors seek in creative ventures, and what are the role of governments and corporations in driving growth through innovative financing solutions. So this is our discussion today. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed speakers. We have Mr. Samarsia. Applause for Mr. Samarsia. He is Country Director Indonesia and Southeast Asia Lead British Council. And we have Mrs. Linasari, or Miss, sorry if I'm mistaken, Ms. Linasari Santioso, VP Investment and Corporate Strategy of Idea Source Entertainment. And then Mr. Sihab Ansari Ashar, Senior Operations Officer of IFC, International Finance Corporation. And also we have Mrs. Catherine Tadros, the Chief Representative, Quebec Government Office in Singapore. And then the last one is Mr. Ali Haji. Mr. Ali Haji is Senior Executive Investment and Portfolio Manager of GTA, Journey to Achievement, International Holding from Qatar. Okay, that's all of our speakers. So thank you for all of you joining our forum today. To kick off our discussion, I would like to invite each of you to deliver your perspective, your presentation on the current state of funding in the creative industry from your perspective, from your organization perspective. Please make it short, only maximum for 3 minutes, or if you have to, you can extend for 5 minutes. It's okay. I will give you a discount, a big discount for that, to highlighting your views on the challenges and opportunities in securing sustainable funding for creative ventures. Okay, so let us start with Mr. Samarsia from the British Council. Would you please share your insights?
Okay,
time is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone. Selamat siang. Apa kabar? Excellent. So now I'm going to switch to English, if that's okay with you, because that's one of the things the British Council promotes, the English language, and also this is an international conference, and also because my bahasa Indonesia is sedikit, so I will speak better in English language. So can I start by saying how delighted and honored I am to be invited here to join this very first IC Fest and to join this esteemed panel. So congratulations to the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy for the very first IC Fest, and hopefully one of the first of many to come. And also thank you to our host, UGM. So my name is Summer. I represent the British Council and also the UK on this panel. And I thought some slides which I hope will come on so that you could see. But I thought I will bring that UK angle and also the angle of the public funding for the creative economy sector, so that I will share some examples on how that has worked in the UK, and hopefully that could be of interest and use to colleagues here in Indonesia and also from other countries. So if we could have the slides, please. So yeah, okay, that's great. To start with, we've heard some amazing figures about the size of the creative economy here in Indonesia. I want to give you some figures about the UK as well. So in the UK, the creative economy sector amounts to £126 billion in value. So that's about 2.5 quadrillion rupiah. So that contributes to about 5.7% of our GDP, and we have seen a 6% growth since 2019, which is really impressive. And that also, the sector employs 2.4 million people across the UK. So you may wonder, so to achieve such high value, how much investment does the government make on creative economy in the UK? Well, it's just over £300 million. So that's about 6 billion rupiah. So I think the return on investment is fantastic, if I may say. That's why it's a vibrant and really exciting sector to grow in the UK. So next slide, please. So in terms of how the UK channels its public funds to support the creative sector, so you'll see some of the key principles on the screen there. To start with, there are various agencies that the UK government channels its public funds to support the creative sector, including my organization, the British Council, the Creative Scotland, Arts Council England, and many regional bodies. So that provides a variety of funding sources for the practitioners in the sector to tap into. If you look at how we drive our public funds, there are a few key priorities that we have chosen to focus on. So there is a strong support for research and development so that we can take a more evidence-based approach, and also process-based projects which will allow the creative professionals to develop their ideas without the pressure of immediate commercial success. We also emphasize strongly on funding for digital innovation in arts and creative technologies, and supporting projects that would experiment with new forms of artistic expression, especially using technologies such as AI in the post-pandemic era. Also, we have a strong focus on diversity and inclusion because we are guided by initiatives such as the Creative Case for Diversity, which integrates diversity as an asset for arts and culture in the creative economy sector. So it's not something nice to do, but actually we see the true benefits and value of embracing diversity in this sector, and ensure that the funding will prioritize projects reflecting the diversity of the UK, of our society, and making this sector more inclusive. And we also pay attention to access costs, and also looking at climate and environmental considerations, because those are the common challenges we face globally, and I think you could argue that actually arts and culture and creative sector suffer more from the impact of climate change. So that's why we're encouraging projects to reduce their carbon footprint, and there's increasing support for green and climate conscious initiative. So this overall is we hope, a holistic and forward-thinking approach which will ensure that the funding provided by the UK government is inclusive, innovative, and adaptable to the changing needs of the creative sector. So now move forward, next slide please. I want to talk a bit more specifically about the British Council. Actually, the last slide please. I think we have moved it. And last slide. Okay, this, can we go backwards? I think we seem to be going forward. Can we go back one slide? And one more? Yeah, okay, so this is the slide I want to talk to. So having heard the backdrop of the UK, within the British Council, as the UK's international cultural relations organization, we have a strategic and long-term view on supporting the development of the creative economy. So we see our role in nurturing innovation in particular by prioritizing new ideas, new collaboration cross borders, for example, between Indonesia and the UK, and also thinking about how we could invest in the artist's time for them to go through the creative process so that it's not a short-term view, but rather a long-term strategic approach we have taken. And similar to the general guidance from the UK, we focus on exchange, collaboration, and also how we respond to the global challenges. So I'll give you, so you may have heard the direct funding we provide through the British Council programs such as Connection Through Culture, but I'll give you two more examples, next slide please, where we work with other sector specialists to co-manage funds. So one of them is with Unlimited, which is the leading disability arts organization in the UK, so that we could better target disabled artists in the UK and globally. The other example is our collaboration with the Prince Claus Fund in the Netherlands. So this is about providing mentorship to upcoming, aspiring creative economy practitioners so that when they need the most support at the beginning of their career, we will be able to provide mentorship and funding support.
Okay.
So last slide.
Okay.
In addition to that, we also have some co-funded initiatives so that we can draw in additional resources from other interested parties. So the three examples here include our latest co-funded program across ASEAN to advance the creative economy in partnership with the UK's Foreign Office, the ASEAN Secretariat, and here with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And the other last two examples are our collaboration with UNIC. So this is the European Union National Institute of Culture, so that we could bring a collective European voices and expertise to the table to work together with Indonesia on museum management and also how we can turn waste into materials, into artifacts. So to conclude, we take an approach that hopefully is innovative, adaptable, and inclusive so that we can contribute to the ecosystem development of the sector in Indonesia, in the region, and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sia, for your excellent presentation. So you already used your additional 2 minutes, but it's okay, no problem. So next, I would like to invite Mrs. Lina Sari Santioso, VP Investment and Corporate Strategy of Idea Source Entertainment. So, Mrs. Santioso, your thought, please.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So maybe if I can have the slide as well. I'm Lina, so I'm representing Idea Source Entertainment. And I'm very excited to be here today to share a little bit about Idea Source Entertainment and our evolving role in the creative industry, particularly in film sector. So initially, Idea Source started as a venture capital. We primarily focus on the tech startups rather than the creative sector. We have about 30 portfolios across various sectors under our investment. Over the years, I think we have achieved remarkable milestone, growing our fund and delivering a strong return to our investor. However, as we observe the new and emerging trend, we recognize that creative industry, especially in film sector, has offered a unique and lucrative opportunity And that's actually when IdeaSource Entertainment was founded in 2018. As we recognize the rapid growth in this space, we try to enter the market through film funding or film financing, supporting the project that aim not only to entertain, but also to bring the cultural and economic impact to Indonesia. So what we do is we establishing a content fund. So our content fund primarily focusing, investing to the projects not only in Indonesia, but also international projects. Currently, we are looking at Korean and Japan as well, in order to bring their knowledge back to Indonesia. And other than that, we have invested into 19 feature films, local films, a few series, live streaming program, collaborating with a few production houses, the top tier one in Indonesia, and also partnering with the local and also international distribution channel. Other than that, to focus the ecosystem, we have also invested not only to the project, but also to the company. So we invested and co-founded together a few companies, there, including the production house named Paragon Pictures. And we have data and media analytic as well as digital marketing agency. Can I have the next slide? Okay, so maybe a little bit about the Indonesian film market and why it's a very lucrative area currently. So for the past 2 years, so post-pandemic, we have seen a tremendous increase in the admission. What we mean with admission is the ticket that is sold to the audience. So the past 2 years, we can see that the local film, so the Indonesian produced film, has taken the market up to 70% compared to the international film released in Indonesia. The international film, such as like from Marvel production and other things. So up to now, we already get the 70% of the market, and we are expecting that at the end of this year, we can achieve a double revenue compared to last year. So looking at that number, even I think the right side, this is the top 15 movie in Indonesia all time. We can see that there are already 7 locals movie that currently successfully competing with the international movie. And I think it's demonstrate a growing quality, which already attract a new audience to the local films. But apart from that, if we're talking about funding, honestly saying I think there's the available option for the, especially film industry, is still limited. It still rely on heavily on the personal relationship between the potential investor and the filmmakers. And I think when we work out with some financial institutions, some corporates, we find out that it is very challenging for them to actually find a way to mitigate the risks associated with the film projects, because I think it's quite fluctuated. However, currently we are trying to find a way. So we're working with a few corporates, especially from media sector. And then we work with a fintech company and also with a few venture capitalists just to find a better way to support this industry. And maybe the other things that we do is we have a sister company that actually work in the education sector. So we try to prepare the personnel in the creative industry so they can focus not only to the creative side, but they are aware how to actually handle the funding and also utilize the funding well and get the revenue and get the profit to the investor. So I think that's the thing that I can share today. Hopefully it can give insight to the people here.
Okay, applause for Mrs. Santioso. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Actually, I have a story with the IdeaSource, because I with Mr. Andi Budiman, the founders of Idea Source, we initiated the first film financing forum, Acara. Maybe after this session, you can visit the Acara forum on the other side of this forum. It is very interesting. Success for your investment in Indonesian film industry. So thank you, Mrs. Santioso. Now let's hear from Mr. Sihab Ansari Ashar, Senior Operation Officer at IFC. Mr. Ashar, would you share your perspective?
Terima kasih banyak Pak. Selamat siang, Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. My bahasa is worse than Mr. Siaz, so I will also speak in English. But first of all, thank you very much for having me and letting IFC represent ourselves here at this conference. Not many people know what IFC or International Finance Corporation is. I think more people know KFC than IFC. But we're a bit different from KFC. We're part of the World Bank. We're the private sector arm of the World Bank. And our role is to help bring private investment into emerging markets and developing economies. And so we're not just an international financial institution, an IFI, we are a DFI, a development finance institution. And so when we look at some of the numbers around creative economy globally, it excites us a lot, right? We're talking about, I think, $2.25 trillion in revenue generated every year. We've seen estimates of about 30 million people employed in creative industries globally. We're looking at multiplier effects of 2.5% and up to 7%. 2.5 to 7 times multiplier effects generated through induced impacts of these jobs. And where creative industries work well, they contribute from 2 to 7% of GDP. And I think the UK is a great example of a high GDP. And then of course, Quebec, we have heard the stories of. So these numbers really excite the development part of our development finance mandate. They also excite the finance part of our development finance mandate. But despite that, we've been looking at this market for about the last 2 years, and we've only done about 700 million of investments across the world, right? And I think that's emblematic of some of the challenges. And I think going back to the question that you raised is what are some of the risks? Globally speaking, and Indonesia is no different, our finance professionals don't necessarily understand what we're talking about when it comes to creative industries well. It's a very fast-growing, fast-evolving market. You have a lot of verticals which have very different needs. So media is one where you can see what it is, but when it comes to things like fashion, how we value fashion is very different from how we value media production. We don't know how to value the assets that these creative industries have. If it's intellectual property, how do you value it? How do you ensure it's protected? Because globally, protecting intellectual property is a huge problem, not just in Indonesia. But what we also see is that the markets themselves are very fragmented. You have some very large players who do a great job, and you have a lot of small players who are, small to medium players, who are trying to enter the market, but all of these markets have very high barriers to entry. So it's hard to enter. There's a lot of investment that you need to make. There's infrastructure challenges that you need to make. And finally, from the financing side of things, the financing market, especially in Indonesia, I think has been evolving and maturing very slowly, but slowly it's been going there. And we did a study about 2 years ago to try and see where the financing was in Indonesia. And what we found is that the most common financing instruments, as you were saying, is working capital loans for productions, right? And this is just in the media market, just working capital loans are preferred. Some people are looking at term loans for longer term investments, especially those who are looking to grow. But primarily the focus has been on working capital. We've seen equity financing start to come up slowly. It's gaining traction. In Indonesia right now, in the last 10 years, the majority of these equity investments have been international equity investors investing in minority stakes. So I think our estimates are that about 56% of the investments in the last 10 years and 90% of the investment value were international investors doing equity. And these are small deals. And the focus has mostly been on those players, especially in the OTT markets, the digital market, doing distribution, and those who have existing large market shares. Because if you have a large market share, that's easy to value, that's easy to understand, and the risks are quite clear. The domestic equity is catching up. It's not there yet, it's catching up. But they're getting crowded out of those large players and focusing on the smaller players. And they're trying to buy up some of this equity of smaller players. And so we've seen a market where we have a lot of smaller players with perhaps no track record yet, who are still in design or prototype phase, who are looking to private equity. You have larger players who are able to take advantage of the term loan facilities for investment and working capital. And you have a big missing middle of those that are in the high growth stage of things, who are not able to access finance properly. And so the development challenge for us is how do we target those guys, those who are in that high growth phase and who need that kind of a difference from an international financing perspective. Thank you, Pat.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Asar. This is very nice, a very good perspective. So I would now like to invite Mrs. Catherine Tadros, Chief Representative of the Quebec Government Office. Quebec is in Canada, right? Yes, okay. So Mrs. Tadros, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Bon après-midi à toutes et à tous. And this is my first time in Indonesia, so forgive my pronunciation. Selamat siang. Good? Okay. You ask a very good question. I know everybody knows about the UK, but I was wondering, maybe by show of hand, who knows about Quebec and their cultural industry? A lot of people? Not a lot of people. Okay. Well, do you know about the Cirque du Soleil, which is the circus without any animals that started many decades ago? What about Céline Dion, the singer, who's also been around for a long time? Or one example that people have been talking to me about a lot here is Just for Laugh, the comedy video. Yes. So all these come from Quebec.
Yeah.
And Quebec is known for a very strong creative industry. So next slide. As you can see, Quebec, we're a small population. We have 8.5 million people. We're a province within Canada. We're also the only French province or even government in North America. And we are recognized as a nation in and of itself within Canada. So for those of you who don't know much about Canada, Canada has many very small indigenous communities, a very big majority of English speakers, and then a minority of French speakers who are all across Canada, mostly in Quebec. Quebec is the only Francophone province in the nation. And I think being surrounded by a lot of English speakers has made us particularly proud of our culture and particularly resilient. So it's easy to be absorbed within the English population as well as our culture, but we have a strong cinema industry, for example, and a lot of people, a lot of Quebecers actually watch our movies and are very attached to that culture. So I think that's a significant part of why we have been able to develop such a strong cultural industry. We also value creativity a lot, and we even have school in circus and we have circus school since the 1980s. We have comedy school at the higher learning since the 1980s. So it's not just dance or culinary, but even the digital arts. It's something we value, and we invest a lot in capacity building as well. So as far as the slides, we have 14% who are also foreign-born. Of course, being part of America, we have a lot of ways of immigration, so we're very diverse. We're actually the most bilingual and trilingual province in Canada. We have $500 billion of GDP, and almost half of that comes from our exports. So we're a small population, we need to export, And we're blessed with sharing a long, long border with the US, so it's a blessing and a curse. Almost 70% of our export goes to the US, but we also need to diversify to not be too codependent with them. So next slide. This is, maybe you wonder why Quebec is in Singapore, covering all of Southeast Asia. Our office is pretty young, it's 5 years old, but for decades now, we've been building a network of offices all around the world because we believe it's important to know our partner, create those relationships, and be close to them. So we have 37 offices all around the world, 10 in the US, but in all the other continents as well. And we've had offices in Tokyo and Seoul, and for a long time, and since 2008 in Mumbai, and 5 years ago in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is a growing territory for us, and it's going to be very important for us in the coming years. So next slide. So as far as the cultural industries, as you can see, it's important. It's a big source of job creation for us. 170,000 people are in that sector, $14 billion of our GDP. And Montreal has 80% of all our cultural industry. So it's the #1 spot in Canada for that sector. And we're really involved in a lot of different sectors. As you can see, we have the digital creativity, video games is a major one for us, audiovisual production stemming from the cinema industry, post-production. We have a lot of creative companies in that field, the arts, architecture and design, everything that has to do with immersive media is very big as well. So next slide. I know the time is running. So this is a lot of application of what we do, immersive experience, architectural design, lighting. I won't go too deep because I don't have much time. So next slide. How do we fund? Well, our industry actually benefit from a lot of funding. 60% of the companies in that sector say that it's very important for them to receive government funding. And we've been investing in that sector, in different subsector of creative industry since the 1990s. And we do it by grant and subsidies, financial aid through specific programs. It becomes a bit complex because we sometimes target very specific programs. We have a lot of tax credits. That would be the major part of how we fund that sector. And also equity investment, but that's still low, but we're trying to get it higher. I wanted to just say that we have three beautiful Quebec company with us today. Samajam, actually, the founder is here with us, Louis Belmar. He's going to do a masterclass after this, so please go see him. It started with a love of percussion and also expertise in finance, and now he's doing, Samajam is doing a participative music show. So if you want, and touring all over Asia and all across the world. So I encourage you to go hear him and what Samajam is doing. Next slide, very quickly. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Yep, Moment Factory is here. So Danny Tan is with us. He's going to speak tomorrow. Moment Factory is a giant in the immersive multimedia entertainment. They actually have a project at the Qatar airport, Changi airport. The list is so long I can't go through it, but if you have a question about Moment Factory, you can talk to Danny. We have offices in Paris, Tokyo, New York, and now Singapore. And next slide, the final slide is Cavalia. So we have Mathieu here with us. Cavalia is also several decades old, has done a show with horses that toured Asia. Maybe you've seen it, but now has reinvented itself into a lighting show. And 2 weeks ago, we had the honor of being present at the opening of Illumi in Singapore, the first international presentation of that show, which is a light show, really exceptional. If you watched a Formula 1 race, you might have seen it from the screen. So very happy to have these three companies with us today. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Tadros. Honestly, I am familiar with Quebec by, like you said, just for love. When we are on the plane, on the flight, especially me, I always watch just for love. Okay, thank you. So finally, let's hear Mr. Ali Haji, Senior Executive Investment and Portfolio Manager of GTA International Holding, Qatar. Mrs. Haji, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of voice problem, but I'll try my best. All authorities, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, thank you for having me in this event. It's an honor and pleasure to be collaborating with this festival and with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Actually, I've prepared some slides I'm going to present to you. So if it is okay, would you kindly please put my slide up about the venture capital insights for investing in the creative industry. So currently, JT International Investment Holding is doing some collaboration with the Ministry of Common Paragraph in few sectors. One in the entertainment sector, video studio Gamplong with Mr. Hanung Bramantio. We are investing in that project. We're also getting engaged in the fashion business with Mr. Ivan Gunawan. And also, we're trying to close up some gaming project. Mr. Ivan Chen, I think that tomorrow will be the signing ceremony. We're really excited as a Middle Eastern firm to be present in the ASEAN, especially in Indonesia, as the opportunities just flourish. I mean, Indonesia is full of opportunities, and we're here to explore them. We understand our competition, we understand everyone's presence, but what we're really after is the feasibility and the eligibility of the projects. We as investors always look into those kind of perspective of the security mostly. So next slide, please. I will go to different perspective today on discussing. Not going to really explain about who JTA is. I mean, you can search it, but let me get into venture capital's investment focus. So in here we have growing creative economy. We have a key VC criteria. We have a VC driving innovation and growth, which divides, I believe, into 6 areas. So, I mean, I believe that the venture capital investment focus should be on a strong management team, should be on innovative product or services. It should, it should have a favorable risk and reward ratios. And of course, we should scale it and have a clear exit strategy if it's a finance, because investment is different than financing. Financing have exit strategies. Investment means getting engaged. It means that getting involved in the project. So it's 2 different categories, but I'm more focusing on the investment. And last but not least, the large growing market that currently Indonesia has right now is an emerging market in the ASEAN, actually. So next slide, please. So actually, when we talk about the strong management team, we're discussing about the relevant industry experience, strong leadership, and proven track record. These are very simple. I'm not going to get into details, but like, you know it, if you know it. So next. Innovative product and services. So of course, we need to have clear value proposition, and we need to have a competitive advantage. That's all about innovation on your product and services that you can be able to penetrate. Next slide, please. For a large and growing market, we need to have data and the market size, the trends, and of course the demand to demonstrate the potential significance on the returns, which is is crucial, very crucial. Next. To measuring the scales, actually, I believe that we need to have a good design. I mean, design your businesses, the models to support rapid growth. Show how you can scale operations effectively and efficiently. It's important to have a system of measurement in your businesses. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah, so when we come in here with this, we can see as the exit strategy and risk-reward ratio. So again, finance and investments are different, but since here we are, let's get at it. So usually what we come up with, it's the acquisition or IPO, profitability, roadmap, balanced risk, high potential returns, and mitigated uncertainties. So these are some of the factors that could be affecting the risk and reward ratio. Last slide. Last but not least, thank you very much. I try to keep it really succinct and short, but yeah, I'm here for open discussions, but this was a quick presentation since we have a limitation of time. I'm seeing a sign, time's up, right? So not going to take more time. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry because we have a very tight schedule. Okay, thank you, Mr. Haji, and thank you for all the speakers. I appreciate all of your valuable insights. Now, let's dive deeper into our discussion points. I have a few questions for all of you. So maybe I will start with Mr. Xia. So how can public grants be more effectively utilized to support creative venture? Because you are from a government institution, right? So especially in regions like Southeast Asia, because we have Asian value, something like that. So what do you think about it?
Well, thank you for that question. I think I'll talk from our experience at the British Council working in this part of the world. And by the way, actually, we've been here for a long time. So we came to Indonesia in 1948. So we've been working in this country for 76 years. So but at the same time, we are very sort of, paying a lot of attention to the involvement of the sector over the last 10, 20 years. So from our perspective and our experience, a few things that public funds could be really well utilized for. I think number one is about generating more data and evidence. I think from this morning's discussion, a lot of people point out actually sometimes it's quite difficult to pinpoint the return on investment when it comes to creative economy, and sometimes it takes longer term for that return to be materialized. So how can we build a more robust monitoring and evaluation system so that we can truly demonstrate the value of creative economy, not only in financial terms, but also how it contributes to addressing society issues, address social growth, and to create that shared identity and preserve cultural heritage. I think that's what data and evidence would help us to articulate and justify. I think the second area is really innovation. How can we invest on technology and utilize this technology for the benefits of the creative economy and culture and arts practice? So I think we have lots of talented people, who are very familiar with the traditional practice, but they need to be digitalized. They need to link up with the rest of the world. So how can we enable that by investing on technology, by investing on, cutting edge solutions that will address and remove some of the barriers that communities face, in a vast country like Indonesia. I think the third area is really about capacity building. So how do we make this industry, this sector, relevant and exciting for people, especially young people? How do we create jobs? How do we equip young people with the skills they need to thrive in this sector? So that's when capacity building really comes in. So, identify the specific needs of the practitioners and policymakers and young people in the sector and come up with relevant solution. I think the fourth point is about embracing diversity and inclusion through the public investment. because there are many underrepresented communities, there are marginalized groups. So we need to make sure no one is left behind. We need to make sure that access cost is covered and barriers are removed, so all groups will be able to participate equally. And I think finally, it's about facilitating more international collaboration, because we live in an actually connected world, and lots of the challenges or opportunities we face are on a regional and global level. So platforms like this is really useful to bring our unique experience to the table, share best practice with each other, come up with joint solutions, co-design, co-deliver to create a bigger impact that will benefit all of us, not only Indonesia, but also across ASEAN and across the world.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Xia. Applause for Mr. Xia. I highlight the British Council very special attention on the accessibility, equality, and also as well as environment sustainability. I think not just about profitability, but also about the social value of your investment, of your grant. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Xia. Now, for the same question, I would like to know your, Mrs. Tadros, your opinion, your perspective from Quebec government. So, how can public grants? I think you already share that you also has the problem, the problem of grants, right? For your community. So.
Yep. So for us, the grants, I mean, it was all about building this industry and how to promote and attract investment into Quebec. So we have big players, and when you have big players, you can then do capacity building just through the employment that it provides. And as a government, bringing good jobs to our region is very important. So that was the initial kind of viewpoint that we had in the 1990s, and it grew to be very successful. The problem with tax incentive is that our grants and programs, you have to define what you want, who can get it, you have to have clear criteria, and so that's going to exclude certain people. And when you talk about the creative industry, it's creative. So people think outside the box, develop new things that maybe don't fit the criteria of a government. The other problem could be also that it's costly, and you need to sustain it for a long time. So what do you do when you have that industry and you need to cut back? That's when the private sector needs to kick in, and that's when we hope that the return on investment will also be fruitful, and it could become just a very strong autonomous industry. As I said, we're a small nation, so we need to export. 68% of the companies in Quebec in the creative industry export, so sell outside of Quebec, and 52% of their revenue comes from outside of Quebec. So we also have invested a lot into creating this link with the outside world, with the international community. So as I mentioned, we have offices, and we're going to celebrate, I think, the 60th year of our international ministry. So we have offices that are 60 plus years old all across the world. So we've recognized that from the start, how important it is to make partnership and know our partners, know our markets. You talked about values. For us too, it's important to be proud of our values, be proud of who we are, but we also have to understand the people we're working with, where we're selling, and be sensitive to that. So it's by getting to know each other that we can progress and create more partnership. Being to an event like this first event is really the work of my office. Imelda is with us. She's been working the industry, creative industry for many years now, and that's the type of getting closer to our market that we do, even though our office is only 7 people. I think yours is many dozens more. And just for Jakarta, and we cover all of Southeast Asia. So we really pinpoint what are our priorities and go forth with that. So not only do we come to events, develop our local network when we're abroad, but we also invite people to Quebec. So we have programs, we have an international commercial showcase, so where we ask our digital creativity company to come together and showcase what they do to the international community. So all our offices are solicited to invite promoters to Quebec and experience it, because it's also about experiencing the culture, the event. It's sometimes hard to explain that sector to people. So we bring people, brought representative from Indonesia last year. So that's also something we do. So we really believe in the close human connection and getting to know each other more.
Okay, thank you. Applause for Mrs. Tadros. So let's move to, my question is for Lina and as well as for Haji, because both of you are from private sectors, from the venture capital industry. So what do private investors look for when investing in the creative industries? And how should creative entrepreneurs make their venture more attractive to the investors? From your experience, from your perspective, from your organization, please share.
Okay, thanks a lot for the question, Pak. So I think the first question, if we're talking about maybe the several factors that quite important for us in managing the risk. I'm sorry, it's a little bit technical, but I think the first one, what we're looking for is the uniqueness of the creative concept that are offered to us. How is it compared to the existing or the available one in the market? And how can it match with the demands of the audience? In this case, it's about the film industry. And the next one is definitely the team, the reputation of the team involved. If we're talking about film, there will be producers, there will be directors, cast, and crew members. And it's very crucial that we have to thoroughly review their past work to ensure that they align with our objective. Additionally, I think the one that is very important is how to actually manage the budget, especially for the production, for the marketing, etc. Because it's very difficult actually in the field to stay on the budget during the production, while we have to ensure that the project itself, the product, the film itself can be commercially viable to the market. And I think that's the key to achieve the positive result, which directly will impact the ROI of the investment. And the last but not the least is the marketing and distribution strategy, which is as equally as important with the quality of the project itself. Because this strategy is what drives the audience to come to the cinema, to buy the tickets, to watch the movie, to create the virality through the word of mouth. And at the end, it will be translated to the revenue. And I think that's in summary, when we, it's very important that we have the knowledge in this industry, how to handle the funding given by the investor and how to actually mitigate the risk, because the risk is very high, and also how to actually deliver a good result, because it will contribute to the foundation of the trust of the investor. What we experience in IdeaSource is once the investor trusts you, you can give a good return, at least you don't lose their money. They will actually, they are willing to explore more about the opportunity to invest in creative sectors not only in film, but the other sector of the creative. Yeah, I think that's the factor. And for the creative entrepreneurs, I think my advice is we need to focus on solid planning in all stages: development, production, the marketing, the distribution. And I think it can apply not only to film sector, but also the other creative sector. And especially securing the distribution channel, the buyers, the off-takers. It can actually give the investor a good level of confidence to put their funding into the project. Yeah, I think that's...
Okay, thank you, Lina. And for your applause for her. Just for your information, Ideal Source will launch their new project, their new investment on the new film, name it Kuasa Gelap. What can you say about that a little bit?
It's Kuasa Gelap, and for the international title, it will be the Dominion of Darkness, because it will not only release in Indonesia, but also in several countries in Asia, and also in Russia. So I think this is very unique. That's why we invest in this movie, because this is very unique. This is the first Catholic exorcism horror in Indonesia. And it's actually inspired by a true story. So it's real. I think from 100% the exorcism story that we heard, that 90% is only due to the mental illness, while the 10% is real. So we actually work with these two accredited priests, accredited by Vatican, to actually doing the exorcism in Indonesia. They actually taught us how to do the exorcism. They lent us the things that to do the exorcism, and interestingly, they broke the witness. So the one who actually just finished the exorcism and the one who are still in the exorcism process. So the team, I'm not following the the practice, but the team actually see how when the exorcism is being held, how the person changed the voice. There's a demonic voice or something. Yeah, it's quite interesting. It will
Quite
be released
interesting.
next week. Yeah.
Saya udah nonton semalam, jadi bocorannya. Nanti silakan, apakah benar resepnya? Is it true the recipe from Ideal Source is very effective on the market?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay, thank you. So let's turn to Haji. Can you share your opinion? Yeah, actually you already you have explained about your six focus on your investment. So can you explain about that, and maybe you can share your portfolio in Indonesia, maybe?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Thank you. I mean, adding to that discussion, actually, I believe in, I'm an entrepreneur myself. So it's all about hard work and consistency, in my opinion. To be creative, it depends. There are many perspectives, there are many perceptions of how to be creative. It depends on its context. So I'm not gonna get into the details because that's very controversial. But for example, one of the activities that we're doing at the moment is related to film. It's with Mr. Hanung Bramantio in Gamplong. We come up with this conclusion that there are not just one or two titles or topics. We're talking about an ecosystem. We're talking about industry. We're not talking about just A, B, C. No, we're talking about A to Z as a whole.
Yes.
Right. So how can we flourish this ecosystem, and how can we make this industry grow? It depends on the strategies and the tactics every raisers or investors or financiers, they have their different assessments. But for us, as a Middle Eastern, which we have unlimited money. No, I'm just joking. But for us, it's really important that we can be able to impact the community, impact the society, impact the economy. I believe it's the concept of the relativity. So it should have a positive impact. I mean, we're in Jogja at the moment. This is my first time being in Jogja, and I love it. I've been to Jakarta, I've been to Makassar, I've been to Medan, and every trip is a new experience, it's a new learning. So that itself is creative, right? So if you want to look at it as a concept, but actually, my target from JTA, as you mentioned, journey to achievement, we take this as a journey to achieve for the greater good and the greater impact to the society, to the economy and community of the people. And we are working closely with the ministry, with the authorities, with the public and private sectors, so we can be able to pave the way correctly to execute the investment. Because we have one we call the realization of the investment. We have one which we call strategical investment. So we should define that. I believe perhaps it should be defined. We have idealistic point of view and realistic point of view. Where we're going, right? So as long as there is consistency, I think that it can be done. So to add up to what the discussion is saying, that it's all about value, in my opinion. We must see its value, no matter how big or small it is. But it is about not us as the investors, but it's about the people who are going to get the impact from our investment. That's my head up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Applause for Mr. Haji. So I have the last question for Mr. Sihab. So as I know about the IFC, you already made many partnership with so many corporations in Indonesia as well as in the global world. So what do you think? What are the key elements that make a corporate partnership successful in the creative sector? What do you think about that?
Thanks very much, Pa. So it's an interesting question, Pa, and I've learned a lot during this panel. First, I've learned I'm not very creative because I'm the only one who did not have slides. So I commend my fellow panel members for their creativity. But I've also learned that we are perhaps moving the slowest of all the colleagues, especially I'm surrounded by two who have been moving much faster than we have, and Quebec, of course, And part of that is purposeful, right? I think we've been taking this time. We came to this journey late. We came to it during COVID, this creative industries journey. And I particularly like the name Journey to Adventure, to be honest. But we've been taking it a bit slow and steady just so we can learn, right? And we began this journey by applying the same criteria that we apply to any deal, whether it's a steel plant, whether it's a road, whether it's a power plant. The first set of filters we're looking at is it a company that has a history of revenue? Is it a company that has a history of profit? And are the sponsors strong, right? Great. Then we looked at a second set of filters, which looked at what level of development is this company? What's the growth potential? Is the timing of the investment right? And is what the company proposing to do with the investment, is that scalable or not? What that meant for us is our first few forays into the creative industries globally were pretty big deals, large ticket sizes, 90 million and above. And these turned out to be instructive to us because what we found is that the additionality for IFC in the creative industry space through our direct investment was to support those companies that were existing, but that were not happy with the status quo. They wanted to break through that status quo. They wanted to take it to the next level, whether that was expanding to new markets or to new audiences, or investing in new infrastructure that they need, production infrastructure and the like, or for streaming, or exploring the new horizons of AR, AI, VR, and so on and so forth. That's where IFC's direct investment comes into play. But that alone is not enough. We can't be limited to just investing in 1 or 2 deals once a year, which are very large, and call it a day. We need to get, as I said, to those entrepreneurs who are not served, the small and the medium and the high growth stage companies. And so we started looking at new products that also adapted what we were already doing. So the first is, obviously, my colleagues in venture capital already know this market really well. Why don't we work with them and finance venture capital funds that could go in and invest in much more greater scale? We, of course, have been investing, as you know probably, in banks in Indonesia for a very long time. So we looked at what we could do with our partner financial institutions. Can we work with them to set up credit lines for new SMEs or for incubators so that we can aggregate at the partnership, at the bank level or the financial institution level? But even that is not enough because there's a lot left. And that's where our role as part of the World Bank Group is very interesting because we bring a wider range of products than just financing. We have a suite of advisory products that we can also bring, whether it's technical assistance to governments on how to set the right incentives in place, or how to regulate. How do you understand what a creative industry is, and how do you regulate it and bring the best knowledge from the UK and from Quebec to Indonesia? But we can also partner and advise new high-growth firms on how to think about the business model, about structuring, and where do you go from there. And we can provide capacity building, I think it was mentioned, to banks and to financial institutions to understand how best to finance them. We also have partners at the World Bank who can invest in public infrastructure, and we have partners at the MIGA, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, which can look at guaranteeing and providing insurance products based on incentives projects. So I think we are looking at it from this holistic perspective. We've taken our time to get here. We've learned what works, what we are good at, what our partners in venture capital and financial institutions are good at. And we've also seen what our clients need, what are people asking us for, and how can we come and innovate, and therefore try and be more creative as an institution ourselves. Thank you, Pa.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are in the end of the session. I really would like to extend our conversation and give the opportunity for the audience to ask, but because time is up, so I just to ask all of you to give a closing remark or a quotation for the audience, just the short sentence to close our presentation or our forum this afternoon. Mr. Siap, would you like to start your remark? Yeah.
It's a tough ask, but I'll try my best. I mean, since we have a new government coming in Indonesia, so maybe from the public funds perspective, this is a plea to the new government. So please continue the sustainable investment in the sector and then look for co-funding opportunities. Please engage with the sector and communities, nothing for us without us. And also please take a holistic approach with a long-term vision, because this is about mindset change, a culture shift. We need to bring everybody along with us, and only then can we create a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable creative economy.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sia.
For me, I think
Tadros.
let's keep in touch. For those of you who we are just meeting at this event, we hope this is not a goal into itself. The goal is really to build this relationship and keep in touch with you. And so if you have any question about Quebec or Quebec companies, if we can help you build the bridge, please contact me, contact Imelda. We cover all of Southeast Asia, and we'd be very happy to help and nurture this relationship going forward.
Very good. Thank you. Next, Mrs. Lina.
I think, yeah, let's work on this together, because this is, I think, the next big thing, and it definitely cannot be solved by one party. So it has to be a collaboration between the financial institution, the private one, the public one, and also the creative worker and entrepreneur itself. Yeah.
Thank you, Lina. So, time is yours. Mrs. Asar.
No, thank you, Pa. Thank you again for inviting us. I was just walking around the exhibition and just struck by the sheer width, the breadth of creative industry in Indonesia, which just struck me as just the point that struck me and that I will take away with me is that we as the World Bank Group, we're here to bring the best of the world to Indonesia. But we also have a role of bringing the best of Indonesia's creative industries to the world, and I look forward to this journey as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Haji, silakan, please.
If you need investment, you know where to find me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Short but priceless. You offer the money. Okay, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable insight and experiences. Mr. Sia, Mrs. Tadros, Ms. Lina, Mr. Azhar, and Mr. Haji. Thank you very much. Your contribution have provided us with a deeper understanding of the innovative funding schemes available for the creative industry. Lastly, thank you to our audience for your engagement and thoughtful participation. Your participation has made this discussion truly enriching. Have a great day, and let's continue to support and grow the creative industry together. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, our moderator, Mr. Fajar Hutomo. Thank you also for all speakers. We kindly ask you to stand up and move forward 3 steps ahead as we will have photos together. So please, all speakers and moderator, please move forward 2 steps ahead. Please take a moment to group photo. Speaker, please come back to stage. Thank you. We'll capture the moment. 3, 2, 1, capture. And after that, all speakers and moderator, please facing the screen. We will take a photo with the audience. Please, everybody here, stand up and maybe shake your hand to the screen. And our photographer will move to stage to take the picture. Okay, everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, capture. Thank you. With your style, like this. Okay, everybody, please. Okay, 3, 2, 1, capture. Thank you so very much once again to all speakers and also moderator, Mr. Fajar Hutomo, for your valuable contribution. And ladies and gentlemen, we will next to the other agenda. Next panel discussion will focus on building infrastructure and ecosystem to accelerate creative industry development. Our speakers, Mr. Kim Yang-soo, Regional Director of Korea Creative Content Agency Indonesia, Mr. Prashil Singh, Director of Partnerships College of Vocational Education, RMIT University, Ms. Win Min Pyo, Director Trade and Investment Unit of Asian Korea Center, Mr. Per Fixer, Director of the Minimalland Short Film Festival in Trondheim, and then Mr. Alex Sihar, Public Policy Expert for the Director General of Culture, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, And this panel session will be led by our moderator, Mr. Joshua Simanjuntak. Let me inform you about his short profile. Mr. Joshua Simanjuntak, he is principal and founder of Zilia Industrial and Branding Studio and Karsa Furniture. He helps young designers to develop, promote, and get the royalty from their design. His designs through Karsa brand are already known abroad, such as Australia, Japan, Spain, and Germany. He got his MA at London Metropolitan University in 2008, and he studied furniture design at Ravensbourne College, industrial and product design at the Royal College of Art, London. Now, he is special advisor of the Minister of Productivity, Value-Added Intellectual Property and Competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Joshua Simanjuntak. And also we kindly invite all speakers to join the moderator on stage. Next, we hand over this session to Mr. Joshua.
Oke. Oke, selamat datang di sesi ketiga. Ini di sesi jam 2 siang nih, sesi-sesi kritis ini ya. Tapi masih lumayan banyak ini yang hadir. Terima kasih atas kehadirannya. Saya mohon izin untuk memandu acara ini dalam bahasa Inggris karena sebagian besar dari pembicara adalah dari luar Indonesia. So, thank you very much for all the speakers who's going to share about your expertise and experience within the subject. And today panel, we will talk about the building infrastructure and ecosystem to accelerate creative industry development. So we have 5 distinguished speakers from different fields of expertise. And allow me to briefly introduce all the speakers. First is Mr. Kim Young-soo, right? Am I pronouncing right? Okay. Now, Mr. Kim Young-soo is currently the Regional Director of Korea Creative Content Agency, or KOCA, as we know, in Indonesia. Now, the second speaker is Mr. Prasil, and who is currently Director of Partnerships, College of Vocational Education at the RMIT University in Melbourne, Australia. And the third speaker is Miss Winmin Phu. Am I correctly? Yeah? Phu. Now, she's currently Director of Trade and Investment Unit of ASEAN Korea Center. And the fourth speaker, Mr. Per Fikse, is the Director of Minimalen Short Film Festival in Norway. Am I correct? Yes? Okay. And the last one, the fifth one, is Mr. Alex Sihar, who is currently public policy expert for the Director General of Culture, Ministry of Education, Research and Technology. So, okay, now without further ado, we will start the discussion. So, everyone, we have 1 hour, 1 hour talk, and each of the speakers will talk about 10 to 15 minutes to present your presentation. If you have a presentation, I think it's already in the operator. We will, and then after that, I think we will have questions from the audience. And then if there's no question, then I will ask the question. And okay, let's go directly to the first speaker, Mr. Kim Yong-soo, who will speak on the subject of building ecosystem and infrastructure to accelerate creative industry development. Mr. Young, the floor is yours.
Selamat siang. Senang sekali bertemu dengan para tamu terhormat yang hadir di sini. Perkenalkan, saya Kim Yong-soo, Regional Director Korea Creative Content Agency. Terima kasih sudah mengundang saya ke acara ini. Today, I would like to introduce about my company and what we do. Before my speech, let us watch the promotion video of the Coca.
Can be enjoyed together. It can surprise us, as well as move us. Over time, space has taken on a new meaning. The cheers have gotten louder, and the stage keeps on getting bigger. But still, the key to creative content has always been its value. Coca will always be there to make everyone's daily life enriched with creative content. Korea Creative Content Agency.
Next, please. So, what is Coca? Korea Creative Content Agency was established at 2009 according to regulations published for promoting Korea content industry. Actually, Coca is under the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Regarding as my speech, I would like to inform you in advance. Korea's content industry is the same expression in many categories as a creative industry. Next, please. Forward.
Ke depan kali ya, ini mundur. Ya berikutnya lagi. Ya.
Okay. Coca carries out various support projects for content, broadcasting, game, animation, character licensing, comics, webtoon, stories, music, fashion, and emerging technology industry. Furthermore, Coca conducts projects in planning, creating, producing and distributing content IPs, as well as in fostering the growth of companies and talent, investing in research and development, offering financial assistance, refining policy and establishing a robust industrial infrastructure. Next, please. The K-wave in Indonesia is becoming a daily culture. For example, many actors and artists are joining as advertising ambassadors, and their familiarity with Korea. And K-drama ratings are also very high. Therefore, starting from content consumption, purchase of Korean services and products are increasing. And the growth rate of related industry is also very high. Next. That's why we just opened the Korea 360 on December 2022. Korea 360 is Korean content and brand promotion center, which is 1,200 square meter and located in Lotte Mall, Jakarta. The main purpose of this project is promoting overseas expansion of K brand, including culture, food, beauty, and etc., regarding as the K-wave. Coca is the project organizer, and we are cooperating with 8 Korean government organizations. In 2024, the total budget for this project is 60 billion rupiah and is supported by 4 ministries. Next. Let me show some pictures. Next. Korea 360 consists of three parts. First one is the Satiro Gate. Satiro Gate welcomes many Indonesian K-wave fans with 80 handprints by K-pop artists and actors displayed in this area, including the internal exhibition hall named Collectown. It figures a total of 157 collections, making it the largest in the world. Next. Second area is main atrium, which hosts many promotional events related to K-Wave. Next. Also, we operate an exhibition hall where visitors can explore and experience many Korean products. Content zone, we showcase K-pop, animation, character goods. Next. At Living and Lifestyle Zone features consumer products including fashion items from Korea. Next. Lastly, Vivid 360 is a projection mapping space where we offer new technology and immersive content. Terima kasih banyak, 감사합니다.
Terima kasih banyak, 감사합니다. Yes, it's amazing how Korean the K-pop has been an example of many creative industries, how they accelerate, towards the global market. So it's very, very amazing. Now, going to the second speaker from RMIT, yes. I think you will talk about the the development of capacity building within the creative industry sector. Yes, thank you very much. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Prashil Singh. I'm the Director for Partnerships with RMIT University, representing the Vocational College of Education. It's lovely to be here today, and my first time to jog, and certainly not my last. So I'm looking forward to many more visits here and also engagements with the community and the industry and stakeholders. For those who don't know RMIT, there is a presentation, so I'm happy for that to be on the screen while that's coming up. Just to introduce RMIT University and perhaps why I'm here and the importance of human capital development and the work that we do. So RMIT University is a university that's been around for 137 years. We're an international university, a dual sector university that focuses on vocational skills, everything from certificate to diplomas to advanced diplomas, then articulates pathways into the tertiary education programs that makes the way to bachelor's, master's and PhDs. And certainly as a university of impact, in not just in Australia, but also in markets abroad, we have a deep commitment in supporting industry, government, and students and learners to support the ecosystems in the markets in which they operate. And certainly from our perspective, just to sort of give you an example, that over the last 5 years, our Melbourne City campus in Australia has taught more than 30,000 international students that was estimated from 154 countries. So even though that we have bases in Melbourne, campuses in Vietnam, educational partnerships across Asia-Pac, innovation centres in Barcelona and other markets, we are deeply connected in supporting industry to get the skills that they need for their current as well as emerging development. And certainly as a university, there are three main areas where we're absolutely regarded: technology, design, and enterprise. In our design space is where the creative suite falls, but very complementary, very much in the technology as well as enterprise. So certainly leveraging the university's investment and infrastructure that we have established over the last several years and decades, we have been taking that capability to market to solve for complex problem statements, and certainly opportunities as well as challenges working with government on three things: research and innovation, policy, because certainly in markets in Asia-Pac and others, they are not quite well attuned with when it comes to education and skills development or human capital and how to do that. And it's an emerging system or an emerging policy, and perhaps Australia has a lot to offer by way of systems, programs, as well as guidelines in how to do that successfully. So certainly research and innovation across those disciplines, as well as policy influences or dialogues around how to do this successfully as a social license to see regions and countries and industries prosper. And finally, through that is skills development, whether that's accredited, whether that's non-accredited, whether that's in the vocational education or whether that's in higher education. So certainly from our perspective, we co-design and co-create training solutions to solve for human skills. The slide that you've got in front of you there just shows that RMIT is one of the largest provider for digital screen, animation, games, VFX training within Australia. Our media precinct in Melbourne is world-class, featuring virtual set studios, which is Australia's only zero-density reality system. In Melbourne alone, the gaming capital is the gaming capital in itself, with 170 plus game development studios accounting for 87% of the Australian gaming industry exports. And when you look at those facts, most likely and highly probable that most of that ecosystem has been supported through the RMIT alum. So RMIT alum students contributing to the sector, not just domestically, but also in markets here as well. You've got a photo there, which is our partnership with Nongsa Digital Park in Batam. We have the pleasure and privilege to be working with some amazing partners whereby we've been able to develop an ecosystem and leverage brands and industry partners to develop talent to support the ecosystem, whether that might be for gaming, whether that might be for cybersecurity, but to help these brands to get the talent that they need. The slide that you're seeing now really is an important part of human capital development solution structure. This is the framework that works very well in Australia. If not all of our curriculum that we teach in the vocational college and pathway programs are all aligned to industry. If you can go back just one slide, please. Sorry, back. Thank you, just there. Our stakeholder, while the learner is in the center of everything that we do, our key stakeholder parties that must come together in order to create a successful and sustainable ecosystem in human capital development is government. Government providing the right funding mechanism, now whether that's for skills development or whether the right funding mechanism to encourage entrepreneurship, investing in new talent, startups, or the ecosystem in that sense, because these individuals or these talents go on to create more employment opportunities and to grow the sector in which they operate in. So there's different ways in which government would need to consider their funding architecture to support that. The other thing too worth considering, and we understand there's an arm wrestling match, I hope that makes sense, between vocational college or polytechnics and universities.
And the university, yeah.
And families and parents and the likes, I have always had a preference one over the other. It's not to say that one is better than the other, but there's a perception that needs to be managed, and I think there's also part to play, not just by government, industry, families, and also the learners to demystify the value in which education, through those value streams, present by way of opportunities. So certainly from our perspective, having the right policy setting, which allows for funding mechanism, having the right perception or awareness or demystification of programs and products, and having the right mechanism to encourage participation and partnership between education or academia, government and industry to support the learner who's actually in the heart of why they're investing in this in the first place. So we have models in which we have created allowing for learners to be studying with us. So in Batam is an example where students are learning about introduction to game design. They are working and mentored by industry. They are integrated into the industry. They are working and applying their skills in that context, and they can see opportunities in which their skills and talent can be acquired. So certainly having students accessing quality education in line with support from government, as well as the ecosystem, whether that's leveraging universities, a whole range of established partners that we have across Indonesia to be part of the supply chain and the talent development. This is not a one size that fits all, and it's certainly not an RMIT solution. This is an ecosystem solution on that basis. I'm sure there'll be more time for questions, but I'll pause there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Mr. Prasil. I'm sure there are a lot of questions later on the RMIT. I have a good friend also. RMIT is also good for the design sectors. Product design is excellent. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
And that's one part I haven't discussed, but certainly when you look at even creative sector, when you look at creative sector, and we're talking about, let's say animation design and gamification, we're talking about the creative suite where we want new game developers and supporting either in working with industry and supporting the ecosystem, or using that skill as a vehicle to support cross sectors, such as education. Gamification is going to be the next big thing in education, and whether we're solving for that skill that's been, design thinking,
yes,
fashion, textiles, technology, cyber, it's all interconnected in many, many ways than you think.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, I have to go to Mr. Alex Sihar. I think there's a request for Mr. Alex Sihar. I think he has to go soon after this. So Mr. Alex Sihar will talk about this endowment fund called Indonesiana, and the success stories of this program, which we hope will continue for a long, long time. Okay, please, Mr. Pa Alex Sihar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this occasion.
Boleh minta
Can I have
ini ya, presentasi? Yeah.
The presentation, okay. This is the National Endowment for Fund for Culture. It's established 2022, actually. It's been groomed for what? The last 10 years. This is our first endowment for culture, actually. And it's titled Dana Indonesiana. At the moment, it just the whole program consists of grants. We're trying to get bigger than grants. We're trying to get investment, soft loans and everything. But at the moment, we only have this method of grants. So it's mandated by the law of number 5, 2017 on advancement of culture, Article 49. Next slide. Back on April 2017. And then on December 2018, there's an Indonesian Cultural Congress 2018. There's another mandate on Resolution 6. Is to establish a national endowment fund for culture to expand access to funding sources and community participation in cultural advancement. So the mandate is quite specific. And then in December 2018, the president stating that in a meeting with stakeholders in the cultural sector that he will start to invest or put the money on the endowment fund. The objectives, next slide. The objective of the Endowment Fund for Culture is intended as a funding for cultural advancement initiatives, especially for development and utilization of culture. So it's creative industry. A guarantee of the sustainability of cultural advancement programs. So the scope is used to facilitate community-initiated cultural advancement if ever. So it cannot be used by the government, it cannot be used by the private sectors. The private sector can use it, but it cannot be used by the a government branch of any kind, including the state-owned enterprises. So it regulates in the presidential regulation number 111, 2021. It's the president regulation of 111, 2021. The management of the fund, for the next slide, please. There's two sides of the management of the fund. There's fund management itself. Now the fund up to 5 trillion rupees. And there's a side of program management. And the fund management, there's a board of trustees consisting of 5 ministers. The coordinating minister of Pembangunan Manusia dan Kebudayaan as a chair. There's a minister of finance, the minister of education, culture, research and technology, minister of religious affairs, and the chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency as a member. And then the fund itself, the core fund, supposed to be managed by the agency under the Ministry of Finance called LPDP, the Lembaga Pengelola Dana Pendidikan. So at the moment, LPDP itself manages 4 endowment funds. The endowment funds of education, the endowment funds of culture, the endowment funds of universities, and endowment fund for, what's the other one? Research. Yeah, that's 4 endowment fund. But LPDP itself cannot do the programming. The programming is supposed to be done by the technical ministry. So in this particular fund is the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology under the program called Dana Indonesiana. But maybe this is the first endowment fund that it's in Indonesia, because we have a lot, actually. At the moment, we have endowment fund on Haji, endowment fund on, yeah, there's quite a few. But maybe this is the first endowment fund that the government fully doing it as a facilitator. And from the beginning, they include the stakeholder in it. The stakeholder do as a program steering committee, so all the programs done by the steering committee, and all the selection committee is all round. We have a big group of selection committee for each categories. It's all done by the stakeholder, consisting of cultural experts, artists, professionals, community activists, etc., etc. Next slide. Okay, this is our beneficiaries on the pilot program 2020. There's 196 beneficiaries across the nation. And it's not good yet for the first time. It's not spread that good. You can see it's more likely tend to the west rather than the east. But we changed the mechanism after this. Next, this is the beneficiaries for the pilot programming in 2021. It's more spread. We have also on the east side. And then next, this is our beneficiaries when we use the real endowment in 2022. 300 beneficiaries from Aceh down to Papua, from Kalimantan Utara down to Nusa Tenggara Timur. So it's run in 2022, and then last year, this is last year, is better. The recipients, the beneficiaries of the endowment, of the grants from the endowment fund. Up now, we open for grants for next 8 categories open at the moment. We give grants for institutional supports, for cultural events, for micro cinema, for documentation of cultural objects, for creation of innovative and creative works, for cultural research and studies, for strategic events and initiative, and also this is the latest one that we launched just 2 weeks ago, the matching fund for international distribution. So these categories, we aim to have categories for this year. There's another 2, one especially for the maestros, and the other one a matching fund for eminent works of art. And yeah, I think that will be all.
Okay.
The background story about the Dana Indonesiana, the endowment fund. And yeah, we started small. The core fund is only 2 trillion back to 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, 2022, 2 trillion. 2023, 3 trillion. 2024, 5 trillion.
So that's final 5 years.
Finally 5. But compared to other endowment fund, it's too small because the endowment fund for the universities is what? 17 trillion? Endowment fund for the research, what? 12, 15 trillion? And endowment fund for the education is 127 trillion. So it's not comparable. We should make it bigger and bigger so we can create more categories, not only grants, but also a loan, also, I don't know, a soft loan, any kind of funding scheme that we can create for the creative works. Okay, maybe after this we can.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Alex Sihar, for the presentation on the Dana Indonesia. It shows how we accelerate the supports from government, especially for the strategic programs through grants in, I think, in culture and also creative industry. Yes. Yeah, of course, I think we all hope that there are more money coming in the next cabinet, hopefully. Because this endowment fund, it actually really works. I've seen so many programs have been, executed well and give impact to the community and also to the industry. Thank you very much. So nanti siapa yang mau tanya, minta grant programnya.
Actually, we have our beneficiary back at the exhibitions area.
Okay.
Some of the
please.
The
Which
beneficiaries are supported by the Dana Indonesia also.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Sihar, Alex Sihar. Now we will move to Miss Fui from Korean ASEAN Korea Center. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. First of all, I would like to say thank you to everyone who is responsible for today's events and for the invitation to ASEAN Korea Center. So today I'm representing ASEAN Korea Center, and let me present you about what ASEAN Korea Center is doing for the creative industry. Yeah. Can you go next slide?
Next slide. Yes.
ASEAN Korea Center is, you see, the intergovernmental organization. It is mandated to expand economic and socio-cultural exchanges and cooperation between ASEAN member states and Korea. So our vision is to build a lasting and genuine partnership between the two regions. And the main objectives is to increase trade and to promote investment, and then to expand the cultural and people-to-people exchange and invigorate the tourism sector. So next slide is, as we all, you see, today discussions is focused whenever we would like to make an encouragement on the creation industry. We cannot forget about the intellectual property for all these creators. So what ASEAN is doing is ASEAN have already the framework agreement for intellectual property cooperation among member states. And for the external cooperation, we have a cooperation with the WIPO. And also the goal of the ASEAN is, you see, to cooperate with the major trading partners. Because if we say trade, we cannot say only about the trade in goods. So creation, and we exporting K-pop, K-drama, and K-beauty, like those things are also exporting of trade, but it is in services. We cannot see, this is very intangible. So therefore, the ASEAN goal is that, you see, we would like to have find our major trading partners and investors to have the mutual benefits between the creative industries. So therefore, this is what ASEAN has the mandate. How can we cooperate among member states and with our trading partners? But for Korea, so Korea is the, you see, the world #1 in the innovative country according to the Bloomberg Innovation Index, and then for the OECD report. So therefore, if we talk about how we cooperate between ASEAN and Korea, is ASEAN Korea Center becomes the platform between the two regions to promote the trade and investment, and also the culture and the tourism sectors. So let's move on. So what ASEAN Korea Center is doing is that, you see, we have the G-Star. G-Star is leading with the Korean gaming industry. It is the private sector, but it is annually we have the international program. For this, ASEAN Korea Center is inviting all the ASEAN member states who have the new creation and then can participate there, and they have the opportunities to meet with the promising investors who are interested in those kinds of gaming industry to be invested. So, and then the startup is also, you see, Korea has, the Korean government has the mandate, every provinces should have the startup program, because of it is a kind of, it is a bit different between the development of the MSME and the startup. Therefore, we have a startup week, and then there will be all the small and the starting businesses can introduce their promising sector and their creation and their new start, and then they can have the opportunities to meet with the international investors who are interested in such a kind of the new creation, startup, small businesses. And then also the connectivity forum. So ASEAN Korea Center has the connectivity forum annually, and then we are finding we will have the international cooperation with the other partners, and then we found a big infrastructure development. So if we say about here in infrastructure development, we can not only focus on the building infrastructure or something like a hard infrastructure, but we need to think about how legal and policy background is strong and developed to facilitate the market access of such a kind of the creative industry to penetrate to the region. So this is what our connectivity forum is doing. And then next slide. This is related to the culture and the tourism, what ASEAN Korea Center is doing. So we have tourism promotional video production, and as well as we have an ASEAN Week, and also we have a tourism seminar and workshop. This is a specific sector. If we say about, you see, the creation, we will focus only on the culture and the tourism or something like the K-drama, K-beauty. But if we would like to say about K-beauty, we cannot left behind about the health sector, because everybody would like to be beautiful and they would like to make their face more beautiful. You see that, therefore they would like to make a health creation at the clinics, and so therefore it is such a kind of ASEAN Korea Center is finding the future cooperation for the creative sector. So these are what ASEAN Korea Center is currently doing between the ASEAN member states and Korea in order to have development in the creative industry of the two regions. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fee. It's interesting to see how this engage the creative sectors within. So this is a multilateral, right? The Asian countries with Korea, and how these cultural exchanges will enrich each other industry. Okay, now we move to Mr. Per Fixe. Is that correct, how I pronounce it? Yes. So as a director of the Minimal and Short Film Festival, so you will, I think you will talk about these film festivals. And is that correct, yeah? Film festivals? Maybe?
Not right. I would like to share some information about the Norwegian Film Center model.
Okay.
Which answers your question, and is an answer to the question about infrastructure.
Yes, okay, the infrastructure.
Thank you very much. So Sweden actually developed this model, but Norway picked up and I think maybe improved it a little bit. So I will touch on film, the film industry, and on game development as well. But I would like to take a bottom-up approach first. Where does creativity in the creative industry really come from? Well, it comes from individuals, and from individuals that are working together. And research is pretty clear on that genuine innovation depends on space and room to take risk. This is often forgotten if you only think about return of income. Thus, if you want new, fresh ideas, you must accept and even embrace some failed attempts to obtain disruptive innovation. That kind of innovation that artificial intelligence would not help you with in a long time. And short film is the research and development lab over the world. That is my statement. The R&D lab over the world, where ideas are continuously bubbling up and tested. Short film festivals serve as a critical component within this ecosystem, driving innovation, talent discovery, and engaging with stakeholders in the industry. So, the film center model. Norway have 8 film centers spread over the country. A small country compared to Indonesia, only 5.5 million citizens, approximately the same as Bali, but with a large land area, approximately 3 times the size of Java. And a basic idea is that not every genius is living in the capital. You might contest this, but that is the basics of this. So each region covers the cost of administration, while the money for project support comes directly from the central government. Independent professional consultants do consider each project thoroughly and give recommendations to the decision makers. This is regarding development and production support for short films and documentaries, and to a certain extent for TV series, especially development, but recently also for video game development. So you can have that type of industry all over the country, actually. The result each year is approximately 75 to 100 supported projects each year, typically, let's say, 10 to 15 from each film center. In the number in, let's say, currency, in euros, you might say it's like approximately 10 million euros spent on this. So the idea is not a return of investment right away, but maybe in 20 years. There will be, and the underlying thing is that you don't want necessarily the next box office, but the next Van Gogh or the next Mona Lisa, so to speak. Or someone who just wants to do good commercial stuff, also, of course. So this support is for working professionals, not students. This is for people who have finished their the studies, are established in companies and have companies. So an important part of this is that one should always keep in mind that the administration costs should be as low as possible, and make sure that you get as much bang for the bucks as possible. So as little, just the necessary amount of administration, so that it's possible to do this in a safe and non-corrupt way, but put as much as possible into actual film production, development, and production video development. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perfixe, for the presentation. So that with the final presentation, so we have everyone, all the speakers have present their presentation. So I think for this session, we will open questions from the floor. If there's any question from the floor, please. If there's no any question, then no? Okay. So there's, normally in Indonesia it's very quiet, you know, they have questions, but they have, in Indonesian as well, it's okay. Then I can translate. Anyway, maybe I can give questions then for the speakers. Yes? Yang mana? Nah, ada.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, boleh introduce yourself and then ask question and for which speakers or maybe all of them.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kartika. I'm from babmi.ai, startup for a game for young adult girls. Saya bicara dalam bahasa Indonesia aja deh ya. Mungkin bahasa Inggris saya kurang lancar.
Ya. Silakan.
Saya dari startup game.
Ya.
Game ini game Tamagotchi untuk perempuan. Jadi untuk anak-anak untuk mendampingi pubertas mereka.
Oke.
Gitu. Nah, kami sebenarnya sedang mencari funding untuk membiayai game kami dan kebetulan mungkin akan relate sama beberapa narasumber yang ada di atas. Jadi bagaimana cara kami untuk bisa mengkontak beliau-beliau semua yang ada di sana agar bisa mendapatkan funding dari mereka. Terima kasih.
Okay. So it's a direct question actually. So sorry. Ibu siapa? Ibu tadi? Hah? Kartika. She's developing Tamagotchi. You know the Tamagotchi game, right? Yeah, Tamagotchi. Yes, Tamagotchi. So she's developing it and then requires support for funding. So she's asking permission if she can contact you and possible to find support for the development, but maybe Indonesiana.
Langsung aja nih, Kojal.
Langsung aja.
Of course you can contact directly to the website because it's all digital.
Yeah.
danaindonesiana.kemdikbud.go.id. I think the correct category for you is the penciptaan karya kreatif inovatif. Kayaknya itu.
Yes, Indonesiana. Go for Indonesiana. Tepuk tangan dulu dong untuk Indonesiana. Ya, Indonesiana, dana Indonesia kan sudah cukup banyak ya untuk membantu program-program, terutama program-program yang ada hubungannya juga dengan industri kreatif ya. So it's directly, jadi ada di website, there's in your website, right? The government website, Kemendikbud.
Dalam 3 tahun terakhir kayaknya hampir ada 8
game,
10 game yang sudah disupport.
There you go. 10 game telah disupport. Okay. Oh, there's more question over there.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the materials. I read quite a lot of, note on your presentation. As we talk about ecosystem, right? I could say that every country, Korea, Australia, and then Norway, they create ecosystem based on their own culture and their own people, its people. So it could feed, the people. So it's easy to grow. I don't know who will be the best to answer my questions, but I would like to know your opinion. What ecosystem do you think would be suitable for Indonesia to create or grow their creative industry? It could be, like maybe Mr. Kim, you work together with Indonesia for some time, then you have your own view on Indonesia. Also, especially Pa Alex and the other speakers right there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that's a question for you. I mean, the question was designed for me to ask you, is that question?
Okay.
So please.
Yeah. Okay, let me introduce a case. KOKA has been promoting the official development assistant project with the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology since 2023. The project name is House of Indonesiana, or Luma Indonesiana, named like Dana Indonesiana.
Rumah Indonesiana.
Yeah, Luma Indonesiana. Yeah, it is a pan-international integration project and is being promoted for the purpose of fostering creators. So you can apply and use. We already opened the Jakarta Center in this month. 6th of September, and we plan to build and operate animation, mobile content, educational content, and documentary talent. So it's a training center in 6 areas of Jakarta, Bali, Jambi, Cirebon, Sika, and Makassar until 2025. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, Pa Alex, wanna add something for the ecosystem?
Okay. But the crucial thing on this House of Indonesia project is also an experiment between both of us. Is the ministry and the ministry from the Indonesia and from Korea is not what? We're not curating all the programs. The programs is directed based on what they need at that place.
50 and 50.
Yeah, 50-50.
From Korea, we are supporting some program and the devices for developing creative content. And the Indonesian side, you guys provide some location, venue. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but the program itself, based on what we survey on the inside all the stakeholders at those specific locations. That's why what we provide is what the stakeholders need. Stop, as a government, we have to stop to think that we know it all. Before, almost all the government agencies try to do or execute the programs that they think that it's good for the people. No, it's not. The planning is supposed to be inclusive. The planning is supposed to include all the stakeholders, and the position of the government is supposed to be facilitating, not executing.
Yeah.
When that kind of approach done, the ecosystem will grow. We hope for the next 5 years after October we can grow more. Yeah, of course. We don't know what happened in the next five years. But we learned from the last 10 years that if the government, get into too much, the creative sector will not grow.
Yeah.
You just create the atmosphere. You just create the playground. Don't do anything about the creative things.
Yes.
About the substance, about the ideas. Don't. Saya nggak tahu gimana menerjemahkannya. Pemerintah jangan so tahu lah.
Yeah.
Kurang lebih.
Okay.
Maka kalau itu dilakukan, maka ekosistemnya akan berkembang.
Yeah.
Kurang lebih.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Prasil, you have something to say on the ecosystem? Yeah.
Can I just add, and that's a great question. I think it's also being agnostic a little bit in design, because while Indonesia has a population of 280 million, and there's a demographic dividend to be considered, you're still building an ecosystem. You're still trying to attract industry to invest in Indonesia. Having said that, Indonesia, in order to size up to that opportunity, would need to have skills and talent pool for those investors to be considering Indonesia as a place to play. And certainly from my experience is having program design that, yes, absolutely, it's localizing to your industry that it will be here, but at the same time using universal languages that might make sense for your population to be working abroad as well as working locally as well. So there's a balance between local and universal skills that would need to be considered. I'll just add that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Perfixe, maybe there's something you want to add, or?
Yeah, just an encouragement. If you want to have, let's say, the box office, a lot of revenue at box office, the top feature films and stuff on, export on that sector. The best way, I think, is to start with the undergrowth. Make sure that you have filmmakers all around the country that are able to test out their abilities, able to test out ideas and come up with real, genuine innovation and not just bleak copies of Hollywood.
Thank you. Ms. Fei, maybe how this Asian Center also can give an idea of how an ecosystem maybe you see in other countries and for Indonesia as well. Maybe there's something you want to add?
If we say the ecosystem is, you see, one cannot fit all, but you have to see what the Indonesian people are most interested in which sector.
Yes.
I think even though you see K-pop and K-drama
K-drama,
is penetrating all over the world, but how the, you see, the Indonesia will see your audience. So what is the like of your audience? So this is, you need to create your ecosystem by your own.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank
I think
you.
ecosystem is the key word for the success of this creative industry. You want to add something before we close?
Okay, KOCA is a government organization, so that's why I want to suggest to Indonesian government for enhancing ecosystem. So it's not my opinion, some experts' opinion. So according to the Richard Florida, the futurist, he emphasized three T's. Three T's are technology, talent, and tolerance. And it's expected to foster technology and talented human resource, and the Indonesian government should support fostering a competent, creative human resource based on a tolerant attitude. And second one is the arm's length principle should not be forgotten. This is criterion for public support policy, which implies support but not interfere. In other words, it is intended to guarantee the autonomy of the private sector as much as possible, even though it is supported by the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's very interesting point. Technology, talent, and tolerance. Yes, we have all diversity, so tolerance is important. And to Pak Sihar, that's the translation of what you want to say: support but not interfere. Yes, that's it.
Support but not
Interfere. That's what you want to say before. Okay, so now I think we come to the end of this session. So I think if we may ask a few more minutes to give closing statements from each of the speakers. If may, Mr. Jung.
Okay. I want to mention as a conclusion. So, you know. I would like to briefly introduce the Past to 2075 data released by Goldman Sachs in December 2022. The report summarized the global economic outlook through four major themes, and I will focus on just two of them. First, the global economic growth potential is gradually weakening as the population growth rate falls, same as Korea. Second, the global economy will be led by emerging Asian countries, including Indonesia. From 2050 to 2075, Indonesia is expected to be the fourth largest economy in the world.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, what is the Indonesian government preparing for the future? So I propose two things. One is hurry to lay the foundation for fostering creative industry. For example, to enact the Creative Industry Promotion Act and establish an institution like a KOCA. Second one is, according to the USTR, the Special 301 report, Indonesia is still included in the 7th Pride Watch list countries, along with China and India. The reason why this report is important, this is used as a basis for imposing foreign and trade tariff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. There's some formula there that I think the Indonesian government should hear. Okay, please, Mr. personal.
Thank you. I've got several remarks, but I think I might just focus on two important things. I think the first and foremost is that while government, industry, academia are designing policy, funding mechanism and architecture, I think it's important to make sure that the voices of the youth are part of that conversation as well.
Youth, yes.
And I think that's an important ingredient to ensure that get them part of the co-design. Let's not do it to them in that sense. And I just think that's a missed opportunity that could be avoided, avoid any other sort of, I guess, ways in which we could sort of fast track where we need to go. The other thing too, I think it's collaboration is key. I just want to really emphasize the point that while RMIT is doing some amazing work through established partners in Batam and with industry, there's a great ecosystem between learners, academia and industry coming together to really create meaningful engagement opportunities. And I just really want to invite industry that might be here that would like to participate in that ecosystem to do get in contact with RMIT or to do get in contact with us, because the whole purpose of why we do what we do is to support the industry, and industry needs to be part of that process as well from the beginning, not in the middle, not the end, from the beginning. And I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the voice for the youth and also collaboration, and anyone here would like to collaborate with RMIT can speak after the session here. Ms. Phew?
You see, if we would like to say about the creative and industry for the encouragement, I think ASEAN Korea Center is open for all Indonesian creators to be a platform to introduce not only to Korea, to all the international community. Because you see, we have, as I have already included in my presentation, there is the worldwide event we are hosting in Korea, so like a G-Star, and then we also have a Next Rise programs. So this is because if we would like to highlight that the theme is that, you see, we need to make a skill develop. After that, we have to create our network. And then after that, we need to have the supportive of policy recommendation. So therefore, for these three, the Intergovernmental Organization, AKC, is open the door for all Indonesian creators. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So ASEAN Korea Center is open, so whoever that feels like would like to engage can contact the ASEAN Korean Center. So thank you very much. Mr. Perfixe, please.
Yes, as if one has the ambition to build infrastructure and an ecosystem to accelerate creative industry development within film and video games, I will strongly recommend have a look at the film center model, which might make it possible to harvest on the younger generation's ideas all over the country and to tap into where the research and development within this film and video games are really happening, which is a short film and let's say regional video game development as well. Yeah, thanks.
Excellent, thank you very much. Pak Sihar for the last comments, penutup ya, penutup. Bahasa Indonesia boleh, silakan. Jangan so tahu gitu.
Please apply to the, please send your proposals to the Dana Indonesiana. But I want to remind one thing, that creative industry based on cultural industry is an industry of knowledge. It's an industry of knowledge. Di banyak sekali contoh yang terjadi pada pengembangan kreatif di Indonesia adalah tidak punya pengetahuan yang cukup dalam terhadap dirinya sendiri. Sehingga narasi keluarnya nggak sampai. Misalnya, pengetahuan tradisionalnya sama nih, kuntilanak. Ini pengetahuan tradisional. Di tanah ini, di tanah Jawa itu pengetahuan tradisional yang cukup luas diketahui banyak orang. Dan bukan cuma di tanah ini, tapi di banyak sekali tanah di dunia. Kita menerjemahkannya mentok-mentok romance. Tuyul dan Mbak Yul, ya nggak? Umumnya diterjemahkan sebagai horor. Kenapa Jepang bisa menerjemahkannya sampai adventure anak-anak? Sadar nggak kalau Pikachu itu tuyul? Digendongnya sama, yang bisa ngelihat cuma orang yang bisa, dilatih, bekerja, pengetahuan yang sama persis. Diterjemahkan sampai jadi begitu. Pokemon is tuyul. It is. Literally.
Sekarang naik
dibawa,
pesawat lagi.
dipekerjakan. Udah gitu sekarang gilanya Garuda bayar itu, lebih gila lagi. Tapi terbayang nggak?
Iya.
Kemampuan naratif kita yang nggak sampai karena kita kurang dalam ngegalinya. Pengetahuan kita terhadap kita sendiri yang kurang dalam sehingga nggak bisa bicara lebih jauh. Jadi bullshit jadi kreatif kalau nggak punya pengetahuan tentang diri sendiri yang cukup dalam. Karena you will not create anything new. Bayangin orang Amerika belajar tentang kemanusiaan, about humanities, lewat Casper, hantu. Isi cerita Casper itu cuma persahabatan, kesetiakawanan, kesedihan, itu yang diajarin. Tapi dia bisa bicara lewat hantu. Kita hantunya tuh mentoknya di
film horor.
Horor, ya adalah sampai ke komedi sedikit. Tapi belum sampai buat anak-anak dan gak apa-apa, gak bisa. Kenapa sih? Kan permasalahannya di skill bercerita kan? Bukan di ceritanya gitu. Kemampuan berceritanya yang bermasalah. Karena pengetahuannya tentang hantu setengah-setengah. Saya pengen ngajak, yuk kita punya modal yang luar biasa banyak gitu. Di kita sendiri untuk bisa maju ke depan. Cuma banyak sekali teman-teman yang muda-muda, ya nggak cuma muda, yang tua juga gitu ya. Itu males untuk menggali yang kita punya. Gitu. Satu resep jamu dari sekian banyak resep jamu yang ada di Thailand, ada satu resep jamu yang dulu jadi resep jamu buat obat kuatnya petinju Muay Thai itu. Kemudian ada satu orang yang menerjemahkannya bagaimana ya biar rasanya menjadi lebih pop, bisa diminum. Kemudian dia bikin itu diterjemah di twist sedikit gitu ya. Kemudian jamu itu di twist sedikit kemudian jadi kerating deng. Kemudian nggak sampai 10 tahun kerating deng dengan investasi dari Austria 51% punyanya kerating deng membentuk Red Bull. Sekarang tidak ada energy drink lebih gede dari Red Bull di dunia. Satu strain jamu. Kita punya berapa banyak juta strain jamu.
Siap bro. Kita bikin kuku bima mendunia. Oke.
Lokaholic.
Udah. Okay. I think we will conclude this session today. Thank you very much for all the distinguished speakers. Mr. Young, Mr. Prasil, Ms. Fui, Mr. Perfixe, Alex Sihar, thank you very much for all your time and to present, I think. And also thank you for the audience for still being here and engaging with the panel discussion. So with this, we say thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Joshua Simanjuntak.
Kamsahamnida.
Our moderator for the second panel session. All speakers and Mr. Joshua, please move forward to having photo together.
Please have a photo together before you leave the stage. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the conference has come to the end today. Thank you so very much for all speakers and moderator. You are kindly to back to your seat. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, you can download the material of the speaker's presentation by scan QR code that will be shown on screen. We thanks to our sponsors who has supported this event, GIK UGM, Gelanggang Inovasi dan Kreativitas, Wonder by BNI, Garena, Aiger, Juragan 99, Amarta, AIS, Sinarmas, Sinergi, Kiskas, Ambarukmo, Artotel, and Heha Forest. Enjoy the rest of the day in the music fest at Joglo GIK, and don't forget to attend the second day of conference tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so very much and have a wonderful day. Good evening.